And we are live.
Excellent. Good evening, everyone. This is Rob Champetti, Chairman of the Newburyport Zoning Board of Appeals. I want to just open our meeting and welcome you to the December, what is today? The 8th hearing of the Newburyport Zoning Board of Appeals. We're going to take a moment and just introduce those that are in attendance and as well as go through quickly our process. Andy, do we have the public online as well? Andy, can you hear me?
We do. Sorry, I might have been muted. Yeah, we have the audience here. Let me know if you need anything else in particular.
Great. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Newburyport ZBA hearing of December 8th. In attendance this evening, in addition to the members of the zoning board, who I'll name and introduce in a moment, we also have Caitlin Sullivan, our city planner, as well as Andy Port, our planning director. We also have Gretchen Joy, our keeper of the minutes. In addition to that, we have Jennifer Blanchett, our zoning codes enforcement officer, as well as attorney Jonathan Eichman of Copeland and Page with the office of our city solicitor to provide counsel to the members of the Zoning Board of Appeals with respect to process procedure with respect to a few of the matters this evening. I'm going to point out that before we jump in to a roll call and then get into the public hearings, there's a process by which the ZBA conducts its business. And for those of you that have been to one of these Zoom public hearings, you may already be familiar with it. For those that haven't, I'm going to quickly just outline what the process is so that you're familiar with how we'll move through our agenda this evening. By the way, all of the materials that are being referenced by Andy Port on the Zoom shared screen are all available at the City of Newburyport's website under ZBA. There's also a link to our agenda with a link to all the supporting materials that you can review as we're going through things, or you can follow along with the relevant portions that Andy Port will be sharing for us all to see. So essentially what we'll do first is we will go through the members of the ZBA who are going to be the voting members this evening. But before we do that, I'll just do a quick roll call. And if I can have members of the ZBA, please respond in your attendance by either saying present or here. Mr. Mark Moore.
Present.
Mr. Stephen Delisle.
Here.
Ms. Rachel Webb. I don't see Rachel here just yet. We'll circle back. Mr. Ken Swanton.
Here.
And Mr. Bud Chen.
Here.
And Rob Champetti. I'm here as well. Right now we have 6 of us, and let's see, one.
Mr. Champetti, I would just note, I think Rachel's just joined us. Rachel,
Okay,
are you hearing us?
And Rachel, if you can hear us, we're just doing roll call now. If you just want to give your present or here so we can log you in.
Present, thank you.
Excellent. So we have a full board of the ZBA. We just for the record are voting members this evening on all of the matters with the exception of the last matter at the end of our agenda under business meeting on 468th Street. The voting members on all other applications are going to be myself, Rob Champetti, Mark Moore, Stephen Delisle with an asterisk, and I'll explain that in a moment, Rachel Webb, and Ken Swanton. We do have one request for a continuance on the first matter of 193 High Street, and Mr. Delisle will be recusing himself. So on that application, the voting members for purposes of entertaining an applicant request to continue will be myself, Rob Champetti, Mr. Mark Moore, Ms. Rachel Webb, Ken Swanton, and Bud Chen. On the final matter that I mentioned just a moment ago, which is review draft decision at the end of the agenda, 468th Street, I'll be recusing myself. So that will leave the 5 voting members as Mark Moore, Stephen Delisle, Rachel Webb, Ken Swanton, and Bud Chen. And the chair will be Mr. Mark Moore for that matter, and he'll be conducting the adjournment at the end. We have a quorum and we have called the roll. Before we get into public hearings, I just want to take a moment and explain the process. What we'll do as we get into public hearings is I'll start by going through sequentially the agenda, a few matters for which we have requests from the applicant to continue. And typically we entertain those, and unless there's a prevailing reason otherwise, the board has historically always sought to act favorably on applicants' requests to further refine plans or continue or what have you. But when we do that, I'll read the public description, basically what has been published in the public notice by reading the name of the applicant or the representative, the address, and then the subject matter of what's being requested, whether it's an appeal, whether it's a special permit for nonconformities, or a variance. And then a brief description that is also published in the agenda so that those that might be in attendance will know exactly what it is the applicant is seeking. After we announce or read the legal listing of the application, we will then give the floor to the applicant or the applicant's representative to present the application. The applicant can, either they or their legal representative or architect or engineer or any combination, will present to the board the subject matter of what it is that applicant's seeking for relief, after which, at the conclusion of which, we'll close that portion of the public hearing. We then go to a section of the public hearing called public comment. Public comment used to be, you speak for or against, and in this instance, what we find is most effective is you can speak however you wish. There is no column of pro or con. Just simply click on the bottom right of your Zoom screen, indicating that you wish to raise your hand. Andy Port will then unmute your mic, and in doing so, you'll be able to speak. We ask that you give your name and your address so that Gretchen Joy, our keeper of the minutes, can record that in the public minutes. After we hear from everyone who wishes to speak, and by the way, we do ask, especially this evening where we have a fairly, we've got a lot to get through, we ask as a courtesy to all those that wish to speak and all the business that must get done tonight, that you kindly keep your remarks to about 2 minutes, and we just use the honor system with that. If it seems like it's, it needs to go a little longer, that's fine, within reason, and I'll be the arbiter of that reason, I suppose, for want of a better way to describe it, just to keep things moving along. But after we close that portion of the public comment segment of our hearing, we then go to a segment called questions from the board. That's when the members of the ZBA will ask questions of the applicant's representatives. The ZBA members will also use that segment to adapt questions that may have been posed in the form of public comment. So that's how members of the public get their thoughts through to the members of the board, because it will raise likely other questions that will be posed or framed for purposes of trying to answer things that may have come up from the public comment section. At the conclusion of that, we will then close the questions from the board and go to deliberations. Deliberations is merely the legal segment of the public hearing when members of the public and the applicants and all those in attendance get to listen to the ZBA think out loud, essentially. The deliberations have to be typically framed around the legal criteria that the board must use in governing our decision and any vote that might follow. So I'll usually frame that based on what's being requested, whether it's a variance, the legal criteria, what has to be found, what the board needs to do, or a special permit. And we try to sum that up fairly succinctly if we can. After we go through deliberations, we'll close that portion of the public hearing, and then we go to the section of having a vote. Under the Robert's Rules of Order, the way the vote will go is a vote will have to be initiated by one of the members, other than it can't be the chair. One of the members will make a motion to approve. That doesn't mean that that member seeks, that member supports the application or is going to vote in the affirmative. It's just the procedural process by which it's the matter is advanced to a vote. So a motion to approve is volleyed by one of the members of the ZBA. It has to be seconded. Once it's made, a motion is made and seconded, we then call the roll, and in order to prevail, at least 4 voting members must vote in the affirmative. If they do, the motion carries, the matter is approved. And if they do not, or if the applicant seeks to withdraw or seeks to take a step back or a pause and request a continuance, we will usually entertain that within reason up to the moment we take a vote. Once we take a vote, the vote's taken and we can't go backwards. So that's really essentially how we will move through the process. With that, and without further ado, we'll just jump in to the first matter that's on our public hearing list. This is the matter of Hedlick Real Estate LLC, care of Lisa Mead, Talleyrand and Costa LLC, 193 High Street. It's the matter 2019-042, an appeal. It was continued from October 13th, 2020. An appeal of the notice of violation from the zoning enforcement officer dated May 6, 2019. We have a request from Attorney Mead to continue further to the hearing of March 21st, 2021. Attorney Mead, do you wish to be heard on the request, or may we proceed on a vote based on what you've submitted?
I'd ask you to proceed on a vote based upon what we've submitted. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Attorney Mead. So based on that, members of the ZBA, we have a request from the applicant to continue that matter. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to continue 193 High Street Appeal 2019-042 to March 23rd, 2021.
I'll second that, Rachel Webb.
Very
March
good.
20.
Motion's made by Mr. Moore and seconded by Ms. Webb. Calling the roll, Mr. Moore,
Yes.
Mr. Delisle. I'm sorry, Mr. Delisle is recused from this from this one. Mr. Moore voted yes. Ms. Webb,
Yes.
Mr. Swanton,
Yes.
Mr. Shannon,
Yes.
and Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That's 5 in the affirmative. The motion carries. The matter is continued.
Mr. Chair, if I
Yes.
could, Mr. Moore said March 23rd. If he could just do a friendly correction to March 21st.
Going off my notes, and if it's the 21st, and that's the
Yes.
correct date, I will make that friendly correction right now. Continue to March 21st. I think Ms. Webb had it right.
Very good.
Thank you. Apologies from the office. There were 2 different versions of that date listed in 2 different documents. Apologies.
Very good. So the motion was made and seconded, and 4 in the affirmative voted in the affirmative. The motion carries, and the matter is continued to the meeting of March 21st, 2021. Moving.
Just one, this is Ken Swanton. I just
Sure.
looked at my calendar, March 21st is a Sunday.
What, you're not going to come in on a Sunday to get this?
Oh,
done?
well, I'm hoping COVID's over by then and we can all meet at the town city hall, but
So
that's
I
a good
apologize.
point.
I'm sitting here looking at your agenda and it says March 21st. So if Mr. Swanton, if he's got a calendar in front of him, then I will stand corrected and I apologize. The 23rd.
Yeah, and this is Andy. It's correct. I'm looking. It's actually the 23rd, and I think there was in fact a typo in one of the documents. So one date indicated the 21st and the 23rd, but it is in fact the 23rd of March.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, very good. So we'll just ask, we'll ask Ms. Joy to just have the record reflect and the minutes reflect that the motion was made, was carried with a 4 vote, and is continued to the 23rd of March, 2021.
And that Mr. Moore was correct.
And that Mr. Moore was correct.
Thank you.
And that none of us will be coming in on Sunday. Okay, very good. So thank you for that, for pointing that out. Sorry for the confusion. We have 2 other matters for which we have continuance requests. And so as to give members of the public that might be here to speak in support or opposition or simply speak, as well as the applicant, the courtesy of being able to peel off from this Zoom meeting rather than wait for us to get to that sequence, I'm going to jump ahead for the moment and skip over 68 Middle to the matter for 6-8 Savory Street. If I might, I'm going to just jump to that for purposes of dealing with a request for a continuance. That's a matter Sherry Evans and Andrew Rosen, care of Adam Costa, Mead, Tallerman, and Costa. Continued, the matter was continued from November 10th, 2020, 6-8 Savory Street. And it's an appeal for an appeal of the zoning enforcement officer's determination that a shed at 6-8 Savory Street is conforming under section 6F of the zoning ordinance. We have a request. Attorney Mead or Attorney Costa, do you wish to be heard?
Sure, that would be a request to continue to February 23rd, 2021.
All right, very good. Members of the ZBA, we have the request to continue to February 23rd, 2021. Any member of the ZBA wish to be heard before we move to a vote? Seeing no hands, I will call for a motion to continue.
I'll give it another shot. Sorry, Ms. Webb. You may go. Go ahead.
So moved.
And seconded.
All right, so motions made by, thank you. Motions made by Ms. Webb and seconded by Mr. Moore. Calling the roll, Mr. Moore,
Yes.
Mr. Delisle,
Yes.
Ms. Webb,
Yes.
Mr. Swanton,
yes.
Rob Champetti. I vote yes, 5 in the affirmative. The motion carries. The matter on 6-8 Savory Street is also continued to 2/23/2021. Thank you for that. And so now switching back to the next matter in sequence, this is the matter of 68 Middle Street, Windward Shaw LLC, care of Lisa Mead, Tallerman, and Costa LLC. And there's 2 matters that are on our agenda. We have the first, which is a special permit for nonconformities, continued from October 27th, 2020, to remove the ladder added 1-story addition on the rear and replace with conforming 2-story addition, 4-family use to become a 3-family use. And then a second dimensional variance, matter 086, to allow an accessory garage to be built within the side and rear yard setback. We're going to switch the sequence. And first, Attorney Mead, do you wish to be heard on the dimensional variance piece first?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lisa Mead, Teller and Costa, 30 Green Street, on behalf of Windward Shaw LLC, who is the developer on this property. Before I go through the facts of the matter, a number of things came up late today. I think that if I heard earlier, the zoning code enforcement officer is present and has opined that the denial that she provided to me upon which our application was made was incorrect. And so for the purposes of making sure that the record is clear, I'd like to have her be heard, but what I would do is request that we continue the variance aspect of this so that the paper record is also clear. And then once we get that and understand in writing what the determination is, then we could move forward with the variance and or withdraw it as whichever is appropriate. But that we, because I believe a number of abutters are here tonight, we'd like to have the special permit heard and have the board hear the entire project and hear from the abutters, because it's all intricately related. And we'd like to, this has been going on for a while. We've had a lot of work with the abutters, and the two-family use is very important, connected with the garage. And so at this time, I don't know if Jennifer is here and wants to have anything to say, but we would request a continuance of the variance so that the record can be made clear in the file.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Mead. Ms. Blanchett, as our zoning code enforcement officer, do you, having heard Attorney Mead on this point, do you wish to be heard, or is there anything you want to add or feel we should consider?
We did have this is Jennifer Blanchet, zoning code enforcement officer. We did have a late conversation regarding the requirement or the need for this relief. I understand Attorney Mead's desire to continue, and that seems reasonable. So unless there are specific questions with regard to this, I think we could hold off on that conversation until this determination is made of at a later date.
Okay, so do you have, so you don't have any objection if we entertain Attorney Mead's request to continue so that the paper record, as Attorney Mead referred to it, can be shored up? Is that?
Does the applicant have a specific date certain that would be in mind?
Yeah, it would be your, whatever your next meeting is. So I've got, what, your first meeting in January?
Yep. So
What's the date of our first meeting in January, Andy?
yeah, so that's going to be the 12th.
Okay.
So I'd request to continue the variance aspect of this to January 12th, please.
Very good. Okay, thank you, Attorney Mead, and thank you, Ms. Blanchet. Okay, so members of the ZBA, we have a request to continue at least the 086 docket, the dimensional variance that's part of 68 Middle Street before us. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, this is Mr. Delisle. May I ask a question before we proceed to a vote?
Of course.
Thank you. With regard to the continuance of the variance to await a written finding, can that be elaborated on so that I understand what that means?
If, Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes, please.
So this is Lisa Mead. So Mr. Delisle, the process to get in front of the zoning board is that one has to submit a request for a denial from the zoning code enforcement officer. And then figuratively speaking and otherwise, we appeal or file an application for that requested relief to the zoning code enforcement to the zoning board or planning board or whoever the permit granting authority is. So I requested on October 20th a denial through the amended special permit application and now the construction of a garage, which we believe needed a variance. The zoning code enforcement officer issued her denial, which you all have in your packet, zoning determination, it's otherwise called, in which she wrote dimensional controls, variance, zoning board of appeals, dimensional controls, side and rear yard. So if Ms. Blanchette is saying now that that is incorrect, I want the record to be correct and understand what that means for my client before, you know, just proceeding one way or the other this evening on that particular aspect of this application without knowing more.
Thank you. I understand. And is that because there is uncertainty as to whether the interpretation now offered by Ms. Blanchet is the appropriate interpretation of that portion of section 6F?
I think that, so I don't want to get into the substance of that. That's the whole point about the continuance. I have a record that says I need a variance for a rear and side yard setback. And this property is an investment property and it's going to require potentially a zoning opinion. So
Sure.
I need either to understand that the relief that I have requested or not requested is appropriate, and or that the record is clear what relief I need, and that doesn't exist right now.
Okay,
So,
I see.
yeah, so if I understand correctly, and if, you know, this is Rob Champetti again, if I'm just to kind of give my opinion on what I think is happening here, Mr. Delisle, it sounds as though of course we place, you know, the highest level of confidence in our zoning code enforcement officer and Ms. Blanchet's review of this with the benefit of our city solicitor. I think what Attorney Mead is trying to do is hedge in the unlikely, if even slim and rare event that someone could be mistaken. If Attorney Mead withdraws, then they would have to restart everything. So they just want to have something in writing. Is that fair to say? Is that?
Yeah, it's part of it. I want to clean up the record and make sure that we're all on the same page. This all came up late today. Some of it's via email, some of it's via messages, and it's just I can't professionally continue with this particular item until I know exactly what's happening.
Chair, if I may, this is Andy Port. First of all, I just wanted to know that Jennifer Blanchet, I think, has her hand raised, but I think if I might suggest, I think what the distinction here is that if the special permit decision is rendered and that permit relief is granted and is determined and clarified prior to this next continuance that the variance is not needed, then the project could proceed with the special permit. It would not need the variance. I think that's the essence of what is what we're talking about here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, this is Rob Champetti. I think that's a fair snapshot. Do you agree, Attorney Mead?
Yeah, I don't want to get into the substance because I need to go back and look at everything.
Okay.
I would like to request the continuance so that we can get our ducks in a row.
Fair enough. Before we go to a vote, I see Ms. Blanchet's hand raised too. Andy, if we could just unmute her mic and just hear from her as well before we go on to a motion and a vote.
I was simply going to offer that if this situation had occurred sooner and we had had the opportunity to have more time, there may have been, there may have been a revised zoning determination, and Attorney Mead is accustomed to having that. So I fully understand wanting to have the same opportunity to get the same paperwork in as we would on any other project.
Very good. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Blanchet. All right. So unless we have anything else, do we have a motion from the members of a member of the ZBA on Attorney Mead's request to continue the dimensional variance 086 to the meeting of January 12th, 2021?
So move, Mr. Moore.
I'll second that, Mr. Delisle.
Motion's made by Mr. Moore and seconded by Mr. Delisle. Calling the roll. Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Delisle.
Yes.
Ms. Webb.
Yes.
Mr. Swanton.
Yes.
Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That's 5 in the affirmative. Motion carries, and the matter for the dimensional variance 086 is continued to the hearing of January 12th, 2021. That leaves the matter of the special permit for nonconformities. And forgive me, I don't remember, did I read that description yet, or have we done that yet? I don't think so.
I don't believe so.
So the matter that's left on 68 Middle Street, it's Windward Shaw LLC, care of Lisa Mead, Tellerman and Costa LLC. The docket 053, a special permit for nonconformities to remove the ladder-added one-story addition on the rear and replace it with a conforming two-story addition for family use to become a three-family use. May we hear from the applicant, Attorney Mead?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And with me this evening actually is also Scott Brown, the architect, and Matt Langus, his also an architect on the project, along with George Hazeltine of Windward Shaw LLC. And I think there are a number of neighbors. And I point that out because, as this board knows, we applied for this a while ago, but have spent significant amount of time working with the neighbors to modify this proposal.
Attorney Mead, I think your mic just went muted.
Yeah, it did. Somebody muted me, so I apologize for that. So in any event, we did modify the special permit. We originally, as was read by the chair, applied to modify what is currently a four-family. If you could go to the next slide, please, Andy. We proposed to modify what is currently a four-family use. However, what we discovered in our review of the file and the records at City Hall is it probably is actually a legal three-family use. So our original proposal was to actually modify the existing four-family to the legal three-family and reconstruct it as that with an addition on the back, remove the existing addition and put a new addition on. However, after extensive meetings with the neighbors who were very involved in this, the modification of the application was filed in October, which actually changed it to modify the existing structure from the legal three to a two-family use. And that's what is before you. So this property is located in the R2 zoning district. It is also in the DCOD, although that is not triggered. The property has a number of existing non-conformities. The lot area is 5,487 square feet, where 15,000 is required. The frontage is 38.6, where 120 is required. The front setback is 11.1, where 25 is required. The side setback is 0.10 and 16.6, where 20 is required. The lot coverage is 31.3 with a proposal of 33.4, and the open space is 31.3 with a proposal of 17.5. If you could go to the next slide. So the applicant requires a special permit for nonconformities, and then obviously in addition, the conversation about the garage. The applicant, so there are two determinations to make. One is whether or not there's going to be an addition of a new nonconformity. And the second is whether or not, if you could go to the next slide, please, Andy. Whether or not it is substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing nonconformity. So what's important here is that even though it's used as a four-family, or a three-family, there's actually only two formal parking spaces on site. People kind of park in haphazard ways, but there's only two actual formal parking spaces on site. The addition actually is going to have, we're going to remove the existing one-story addition on the rear and replace it with a two-story addition in a much smaller footprint. So if you go to the next slide, please. So as you can see from the site plan, towards the back of the house, so nothing changes at the front from a structural point of view. There was a later added addition, which is that crossed hatch area on this plan that was that is shingled and wood frame and one story. The proposal is to put a two-story addition in that dark blue, the dark black lines that you can see on the property, and remove the one-story addition. And then add formal parking both immediately adjacent to the building and then in the back corner, and then two cars in the garage. So if you could go to the next slide, I'm going to turn this over to Matt and Scott.
Perfect. Good evening, everyone, members of the board. My name is Matt Langis, the project architect from Scott Brown Architects, 38 Madison Street, Amesbury, for the record. As Attorney Mead had mentioned, the project before you tonight involves tearing down the existing rear addition and building a smaller, more modest 10 by 12 foot addition. Andy, if you can go to page A 2.0, please. Perfect. The new addition is set back from the brick at the rear left corner by 12 inches. This step back provides relief from that elevation, but also a clean and appropriate transition of materials. There are also some cosmetic renovations happening to the exterior of the main house. On the right elevation, there's one small window that is being removed and filled in with brick to match, and the existing windows in the main house are being replaced within their existing openings. The same quality of materials are carried from the renovation at the main house to the new addition, and we're calling out aluminum clad simulated divided light windows in a charcoal gray, pre-finished white cedar shingles, as well as Boral PVC casings, corner boards, and trim. And finally, at the patio and deck levels shown, on the rear and right elevations, we have included privacy fencing, which will be in similar materials to the deck and the modern style railing. This concludes the portion of the architectural portion of the presentation anyways, and unless there are any questions, I will turn it back over to Attorney Mead.
Thank you, Matt. So you can see here is a proposed elevation for the rear. You can see the much smaller footprint that Matt was talking about on the rear elevation that no longer will be able to be seen from Middle Street. And also it brings in those sideline setbacks away from both 66 on one side and 70 on the other. So it actually improves the setbacks that are currently encroached. If you could go to the next slide, please. Slide 10, Andy, please. Okay, sorry about that. You can go to slide 11. So that's the garage. I will point out with that slide, we can stay right here, Andy, it's fine. The property now will be a 2-family, and it will have 4 parking spaces on site. I think that's probably one of the biggest issues for the neighbors, in addition to some of the others. But there will be 4 parking spaces on site. It'll meet the zoning requirements, which the current use does not do. So the criteria for special permit for nonconformities is whether or not there's going to be a new addition or a new nonconformity, and whether or not the change will be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. If you could go to the next slide, please. So as we noted, there will be no new nonconformities created. In fact, we improved the sideline setback nonconformities on the addition. Obviously, on the main building, those won't be changing at all. And the new addition will be inside the footprint of the original brick structure. Go to the next slide, please. So as I said, the next question is whether it's substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. Here, the applicant is reducing the impacts of the dimensional incursions previously granted. The rear section of the structure will be much more in keeping with the historic structure and further away from both of the neighbors. The addition at the rear will meet the setback requirements. The property is already very long and narrow, more narrow than most of the properties in the neighborhood. The proposed structure is more appropriate for the existing building with the appropriate materials to match. As I said, the proposed structure is further away from the neighborhood setting and includes a sufficient number of parking spaces to satisfy the ordinance. In addition, as we noted previously, the applicant has worked with the abutters to come up with this modification to his original proposal. You go to the next slide, that may be the end. So with that, I think if you go to slide 16, Andy, I think we're done. So that's an overview, and you can kind of see in this plan the current addition on the back and understand better how the new addition is now more compact behind the original structure. You can also see in this photo how the parking is kind of haphazard along the way. And this will improve that aisle between the addition in the back and the back area for parking. So the applicant requests the board approve a special permit for nonconformities to modify this property into a two-family structure as proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney Mead. Okay, closing that portion, the presentation portion of our public hearing, we'll now go to public comment. And again, just to repeat, members of the audience that are in attendance, if you wish to be heard, just simply click the button that says raise your hand, and we'll recognize you one at a time. And we ask that you kindly give your name and address for our keeper of the minutes. Beginning first with, let's see, I do see one hand raised. It's the, looks like, I don't know the name, but it's T Mema. And Andy, if you can unmute that mic, and we feel free to give your name and your address and let us know your thoughts.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
My name is Tom Mannion, and my wife Laurie Zach and I live at 66 Middle Street, Unit 1.
Excellent, very
And
good.
our property line would be referred to as the westerly. Our property line would be referred to as the westerly side on the various drawings. So we've spoken to George previously in this proposal, which we do support. We do have one concern, however. Our concern is that on the western side of the western boundary, the proximity of the decks that are proposed to our property line and the unique privacy situation that this creates. The decks would be literally on our property line. And George has verbalized, and I can see in the drawings that he was going to put in a 7-foot cedar fence. That's great. That'd take care of the ground level privacy concerns. I just didn't see any anything that spelled out the materials being used for the second floor, George, and the privacy both for us and for the new folks that are living there on the floor.
Very good. Was there anything else, Mr. Mema?
That was it.
Very good. Well, thank you very much. Anyone else wish to be heard? Again, in either support or in opposition. I see the hand of Fred Neidhart. Andy, if you can unmute Mr. Neidhart's mic, we'll just move through the sequence of the hands that are raised. Mr. Neidhart, if you can hear us, you have the floor. Andy, it looks like his mic is still muted. Mr. Neidhart, if your mic may be muted on your end, if you can go to the bottom left of your Zoom screen, there's a microphone icon. Just click on that to unmute it.
I should be unmuting. Can you hear me, please?
We can hear you now. Very
Okay.
good.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Fred Neidhart. I am here with my wife, Claudia. Our home is here at 70 Middle Street. We're a direct abutter to the project. And first of all, I'd like to go on record that we worked really hard and long with the Windward Shaw people to get this that would meet the standards of the neighborhood and be a project that would be important, and it's an example for the city of not infill, refill. But the other thing that's been important to this whole thing, it's been a lesson in civics about how to go about working with the developer and the zoning board. I support this project. I feel going forward that this is an important improvement to our neighborhood. And the only thing that I ask for is that on page 3 of the staff report, you talk about, the staff talks about triggering the sidewalk and tree ordinance, that be included in your decision. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. and Mrs. Neidhart. I see the hand of Mr. George Hazeltine. Andy, if you want to unmute Mr. Hazeltine's mic. And George, you have the floor.
I'm actually going to let Attorney Mead explain the point about the privacy, if that's okay, Mr. Ciampetti.
Of course, Attorney Mead.
Thank you. Actually, if you look at page 821 of the plans, Andy, there is a privacy fence on that second floor as well. And it's shown on the plans. And it also has the description of spaced horizontal privacy fencing on both of those. There you go. So you can see the privacy fence along both of those decks.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, this is Matt Langis, Scott Brown Architects. The material, I just wanted to address the material. It's going to be a cedar fencing, cedar privacy fencing, 1/2 inch space horizontal.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Angus. Okay, Attorney Mead, was that the extent of the sort of the clarification based on a comment we had heard by a member of the public?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Hazelton, your hand's still raised. If you wish to be heard again, I'm happy to, or if you could just unraise it.
I just wanted to point out on this latest elevation that's shown right now, you can see that all 3 floors, facing, Tom's property should be effectively screened. And I hope that that meets his satisfaction. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Any other members of the public who wish to be heard to speak in support, opposition, or simply speak? If you can just raise your hand. I see Mr. Mema. We can unmute your mic to hear from you a second time, but then we'll continue to move along. We can hear you, sir.
Yep, just wanted to say thanks, George. Appreciate it.
Very
And
good.
we agree with the proposal.
All right. Thank you for following up, Mr. Mema. Okay. Any other hands? Does anyone else in the?
I created the computer.
Seeing no hands raised, going once, going twice, we will close that portion of the public hearing and move on to questions from the board. We'll start with Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought it was a thorough presentation, and I have no questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Let's see. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Delano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just for the sake of clarification, this presentation, as we heard it tonight, does not include anything with respect to the garage. Is that correct?
So the garage is on the building, on the plan. We've continued that aspect of this proposal. The special permit applies only to the use in the structure.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Mead. I appreciate that. Then one follow-up question. That being said, in the materials where it talks about the lot coverage going from the existing 31.3% to 33.4%, that would include the garage, correct?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Delisle. That's a really good point. So that would be part of the special permit. So yes, that's why I said the garage structure still exists on there. So what's going to happen is that we're not taking the garage off. Either that during this continued period, we're going to determine that we either need to come back to get the garage approved by a variance, or Ms. Blanchette is going to say, we don't need a variance, in which case the garage can just be built. So the lot coverage request tonight applies with the garage on site. So that intensification of the lot coverage and open space is part of the special permit. That's a good clarification. Thank you very much.
Okay, so then despite the reconfiguration of the addition on the back, it having the smaller footprint, it will go up. The lot coverage will intensify to 33.4% of the lot.
That's
because
correct.
of the included there with the smaller addition.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all for me, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Delisle. Ms. Webb.
Hi, I have a question regarding access to the garage and if there's going to be any remaining green space if once the garage is constructed.
So if I could, Ms. Webb, if you could blow up the site plan a little bit, Andy. So right now, the entire area, except for the kind of the back, is paved.
Oh, I see.
Right. So if you go to the front of the property, Andy, we've actually removed some pavement at the front and along the side of the building. If you could scroll towards Middle Street, Andy. So you can see removed pavement and landscape there in the front, mulch, grass, landscape in the front. A lot of the pavement, and you see removed pavement and landscape along the edge of the building. So that right now is pavement right up to the edge of the building.
Okay.
And so what we're doing is formalizing the drive and putting the green space along the edge of the building and in the front. And so it's true that there's some kind of grassish, not paved area in the very, very back. You'll see that we're picking up some in the front.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Was there any further questions, Ms. Webb?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Very good. And Mr. Swanton.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I think I know the answer to this, but I just want to touch on one of the things that came up during the public comment around this application triggering the sidewalk and tree bylaw. For the record, I don't know who should comment on this, but does this application trigger it? Would that be part of this? What happened here if this moves forward?
I can address that, Mr. Swanton. This is Rob Champetti again. So as part of our, and this is also part of our staff report, based on DPS's review, the application does trigger the tree and sidewalk ordinance. And it is the recommendation and request of DPS that to the extent to which our board is to act favorably on a motion to approve, that we include in that motion a condition which the applicant and DPS has agreed upon and is shown on the plans that the applicant will replace the existing sidewalk abutting the property with Boston City brick pavers and new granite curving, and the new pavers will surround the existing tree location. So that would be something that before we go into final deliberations, I would typically try to point out to my fellow colleagues on ZBA so that we can remember to at least include it by reference and hopefully capture it into a motion.
If I could, Mr. Chair, also just to add that, thank you, appreciate that. You'll note there's a very large tree in front of this property. And so while there will be Boston City pavers on either side of it, there may be, you'll notice this in certain areas of the city where there are pretty significant trees, there may be a little bit of different treatment around the base of the tree, but that will be worked out with the DPW director, as you can see on the plan. So he was out there with George, and that's why this note is on the plan.
Thank you, both of you. I suspected the answer was this, that would be covered, but since it came up during questioning, I just thought for the record it'd be good to have it addressed during the meeting, at this point. I had another question, which is, could you please put slide 2 of the presentation back up? It's kind of small. There you go. The last 2 bullets, there was already some talk a moment ago about the lot coverage going from 31 to 33. Also, the last bullet, the existing open space is 31, and it goes, the way I read this, it's going to go to 17.5%, where 40 is the minimum if this is approved?
Correct.
Is that the impact of the garage primarily, since the addition is actually getting smaller?
Well, open space is, I don't have the definition right in front of me, Mr. Swanton, but open space is not just, building coverage, but it's also driveway coverage, I believe. So there's a balance there. So yes, it's both, and it may be the decks that are over the side of the building there too. So that it's the difference in definition of each lot coverage and open space. So it is going to drop, and part of it is because of the garage, but it's also part of the reconfiguration of the drive.
I see. The garage being 22 by 24, that all by itself is almost a 10% lot coverage. So that has a really big impact on this decision.
Correct.
And I was, the fact that we've kind of separated the garage off to another meeting kind of means that I guess we'll figure out later what happens with the garage, but the existing lot coverage of 31.3, just forget the open space for a sec, the lot coverage of 31.3, with you proposing to shrink the addition, that 31.3 is going to go down, not up, right?
Well, actually, Andy, if you could go to the elevations, because it also, when you look at open space, it's also what's under the decks.
I understand. I'm not talking about open space, just lot coverage, 31.3 going to 33.4.
Correct. So that's the building. That's everything under a building.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So
So
if
it's
the
still
if
up
the
2%.
garage is close to 10% all by itself, then and it winds up at 33.4, without the garage, this thing must dip back under compliance, back under the 25%. Is my math correct there?
Mr. Swanton, I'm not the engineer nor a mathematician, but it sounds that makes reasonable sense to me. That's correct.
Okay, well, because I do have a concern about the crowding on the lot and the lot coverage and there's not exactly a lot of two-story garages in the south end. But I guess that's a topic for next meeting. So as to the rest of the proposal here, I think the applicant has you guys have done a good job working with your butters and working something out. I know it's taking you a lot of meetings, but I applaud you putting in the effort to get people on board and to make a project that people are happy with. So I applaud you for that. And I have no other questions.
If I could just address that, because I think you bring up a good point. So first of all, the garage is it's one story. I think you might have misspoke. You meant 2-car versus 1-car, not 2-story. So it's a one garage. But really, so there was a lot of back and forth, and obviously this is a very tight site, and there are a lot of people around it. This building is currently used as a 4-family. We've discovered obviously that it's a legal 3. So the applicant could actually just redo the inside of it and continue it to be a 3-family. But the neighbors do not want it to be a 3-family. And so the only way that this works for the applicant and the owner is to have a garage. And so that's kind of the agreement that was made. Everybody supported the garage. There's going to be some support in the rear part of this property. It actually dips down in the back. And so George is building retaining walls to help the property owners in the back on both sides. The garage is an integral part of this property, and we understand the increase in lot coverage and open space, and notwithstanding the reduction in the size of the building, but the reduction in the use of this property will significantly help the neighborhood because of the reduction in cars and intensity of use, which the applicant doesn't have to do. So I understand that there is some concern relative to that, and we worked really hard to make sure that everything was very tight. You can see here the decks on the side that takes up your open space calculation as well. So even though the addition itself got smaller, there are the decks, so everything under the deck is counted. So I can appreciate your concerns, but this was a push and a pull and a compromise all around. And I think that everybody agreed that the reduction in intensity of use far outweighed any increase in the lot coverage or open space.
Well, I thank you for explaining that, but I mean, we've continued the discussion on the garage. We'll see what happens there next meeting. I mean, I'm really focused in on the building, and I think you guys have done a nice job with the building. I don't know about all the conversations with the neighbors, and just with my zoning board of appeals hat on, we're just looking at a special permit for what you want to do with the building. So I have no more questions on that.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Swanton. I too have no questions for the applicant, having just relied on the questions that have been asked and answered by members of the ZBA. So if there are no further questions from members of the ZBA, actually, it looks like, does Ms. Blanchet do you have your hand up? Do you wish?
I did. I just, I wanted to make certain that the board was understanding, although they are not granting relief for this if there were variance relief required, they are not hearing the variance relief required this evening. That was continued. But the special permit for nonconformities does include an increase in lot coverage if there were to be a garage. And they would be approving it based on the footprint shown on this plan as a special permit for nonconformities for that increase in coverage.
Okay.
I'm sorry, this is Ken Swanton. Could I ask, I just got confused by that. So if we vote yes on this special permit for the building, have we also voted yes on the special permit for the garage? I'm confused.
It's not a special permit for the garage, but it would be a special permit as part of the modification to the lot coverage and open space, which includes the location of the garage there.
But the garage is still up in the air as to whether it can be there. I mean, how could that be part of what we're approving tonight?
Just like with any application, when you grant one relief, it still may mean that there are other relief from other boards required for a project to happen or additional relief from your board. But this particular application, which you are hearing this evening, the special permit for nonconformities, is also including an increased lot coverage number. It does not give the applicant the right to then go and construct the garage without any additional approvals that may or may not be required.
I'm really sorry to belabor this. Can I ask another question?
May I just, this is Andy Port, if I could just offer additional clarification perhaps on that?
Go ahead, Andy. Thanks.
I think it's partly a question of whether or not the garage essentially needs additional relief. Effectively, you know, like I said earlier, if that additional relief that Jennifer mentioned is not needed, then it's the approval that's been granted here with the special permit for nonconformities is sufficient for the project. That's the way I'm reading this. So again, the threshold for a variance is different, right? So for the criteria of the ordinance, so that's the question that's involved here, I think, is that additional threshold need to be looked at by the board rather than just the special permit for nonconformities criteria?
Yeah, I mean, that's my read of it as well. This is Rob Champetti again. So all that's before our board right now, for purposes of what we're deliberating, questions, and any vote that may follow, is strictly governed by the application for a special permit for nonconformities and that application only. So the criteria for special permit for nonconformities is what should govern our deliberations and should guide our questions.
This is Mr. Delisle. Can I'd just like to ask a question and make a comment, and I don't know which it will be. I think what's happening here is this is the result of the new interpretation of section 6F. And if Ms. Blanchet decides that the interpretation is such that no variance is required, then we are permitting everything tonight via the special permit. And I don't think that that's what, I think that the issue is a bigger issue here. It's the interpretation of 6F that the board needs to discuss and take under advisement before we move forward with a new interpretation for the city of Newburyport as to this section of our zoning ordinance.
So this is Rob Champetti again, and Mr. Delisle, I don't disagree with that necessarily, but here's the distinction that I draw, and for what it's worth, I'll share it, with everyone. We are simply a vote in the affirmative this evening, where this matter to be met with an affirmative vote by 4 members of the board, is to allow the 1-story addition on the rear to be replaced with a conforming 2-story addition, and to change the use from a 4-family use to a 3-family use. That's all that would be permitted. am I, it,
It's a two, first of all, it's from a 4 to a 2 family use.
you know what, the agenda has it listed as a 3-family. I'm sorry.
I know, because I apologize, Mr. Champetti, but that's because they didn't include the modification request on there.
Thank you for clarifying it. So a 4-family use to become a 2-family use. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So Mr. Delisle, I guess since we're in the kind of questions, we can ask questions of each other, of course. So what is, I'm curious, I just want to make sure I understand what, what the trouble that the difficulty with proceeding on simply the special permit for nonconformity, so we as a board can just make sure that we proceed with caution if we're we don't want to inadvertently permit what is beyond what we think we're being asked.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. But I think that, and I would throw this open to Ms. Blanchet to respond, but I think what my understanding of this is that upon the granting of this special permit, then the garage and under her new interpretation, the garage becomes as of right, I think, and can be, the applicant can go ahead with the garage without any additional permitting from this board if the zoning enforcement officer decides that a variance is not necessary. Is that correct?
This is Jennifer Blanchet. When we began the evening and we had both permits on the agenda before the continuance, you were still charged with reviewing this special permit for nonconformities, including the garage, against the special permit for nonconformities criteria. You would then also have to hear the variance and decide whether the garage was allowed under the variance criteria. So they're two different reliefs, but both applications included the garage, and they still do. So in a sense, your interpretation is correct. You would be, if you approve this special permit for nonconformities as it has been presented, it would include the garage and the additional coverage it creates.
Jennifer, we just lost you. But I think it looks like your mic got muted just at the end, although I think we know where you were going. Can you hear us now?
I can.
Okay, you ended it, and the additional coverage it creates.
That was it.
Okay. So, Mr. Delisle, I'll just put this out there. It's certainly inclusive in our review what the garage as it's being proposed. However, whether or not that garage triggers the need for a variance, whether it's being built within the side and rear yard setbacks is the issue that's been continued. Notwithstanding that, as I read it, we have to consider whether we have questions with, trouble with, or concerns that are raised by the inclusion of the garage, because that's part of the permit for the special permit for nonconformities. It's part and parcel to that. So we can't pretend like it doesn't exist. I think we need to, as a board, if we are, as they say, good with it or not good with it, we have to be cognizant that the good with refers to everything, including the garage. Whether or not the garage offends the side yard and front yard setbacks, that's the separate issue, having been segregated away for now through the continuance. What remains is this project, does it meet, in our review, the special permit for nonconformities criteria, inclusive of the garage as it's on the plan, as it's presented, or does it not? Does it raise questions worthy of deliberation or further questions, or does it not? So I think that's how we should govern ourselves in dealing with what we have left after we've continued it. Is that fair to say? Do you agree with that, or do you have thoughts on that kind of as we should proceed?
Thank you. Yeah, I think if we are comfortable that there will be a hearing on a variance, then I think I'm comfortable with everything else relative to this garage. I just want to make sure that we as a board have an opportunity to discuss the very important side and rear lot setbacks as it relates to accessory structures. And that's something that I want to make sure is reserved, and that there is not a situation where we reserve that and then we don't get to have that discussion.
So, Mr. Delisle, if I might, and it's Rob Champetti again, we absolutely need to consider it now, because there is a chance, having continued this, that there'll be no hearing ever on the variance. And so we have to, if we're to proceed, we have to proceed with the understanding that what we're doing tonight might be all there is. Public comment tonight might be all there is. Deliberations and questions tonight might be all there ever will be. So we need to be inclusive in our questions and in our deliberations with the garage as it's proposed. And it's certainly within our purview to discuss, to discuss everything about it, right? And whether or not it requires and triggers a variance is a separate question, as I read it. And,
If I could jump in, this is Ken Swanton.
sure.
Okay, well, I didn't realize the garage, essentially by voting yes tonight on the building, we'd be allowing this property to go to 30, to go, above the 25% coverage, to intensify the coverage. And I'm reminded one of the last times we were all together at City Hall, there was a garage proposed in a not dissimilar situation, a garage on 71 Federal Street on February 25th. And the only concern with it was that it pushed the coverage from, reading the minutes here, from 28 to 34. And it was denied because it intensified the coverage, and people in the minutes we commented that night that, well, there were very few neighbors have garages here, and we shouldn't be intensifying the coverage for something that's not all that common in the neighborhood. That was said then, and I wasn't going to bring this up because I assumed we'd talk about the garage in a future meeting. But now that I realize this is our last chance to talk about the intensification of coverage on this small lot, I do have a concern. I'm fine with the building. I think you guys have done a great job. You could certainly still park 4 cars if they parked where the garage was going to be and the other 2 spots you have. So I have an issue now that, my colleague has helped me understand, both my colleagues here have helped me understand that tonight's the night to talk about the garage, I guess. So I have a concern about the garage and its impact on coverage, just as we did back on February 25th with the one on Federal Street.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the correct procedure. I mean, I think that we have to proceed as though the variance application that was continued will be withdrawn upon consummation and confirmation by Ms. Blanchet with Attorney Mead that it's not that in the determination of our zoning codes enforcement officer that it's not required. So if there were more time in that deliberation between the city's zoning enforcement and the applicant, that may well have already happened. And had it happened, this would have been withdrawn and we would still be left with this. We shouldn't, as a board, this being the special permit for nonconformities, we as a board shouldn't presume that there's going to be another opportunity to talk more about the details of the garage. If we approve this as it's proposed, what's left of this application tonight, in doing so, we include the garage. So, and so we're in questions right now, so that it's not like we've gone past any critical juncture. I can go back round, starting again with Mr. Moore, with any questions that may exist now that everyone seems to have this clarity, and I certainly credit everyone's effort to make sure that we're all on the same page, as it were, as well as Ms. Blanchet.
Mr. Chair, if I could.
Sure.
So, so the test is whether or not the proposed modifications or intensifications or exacerbations are substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing structure. And here we have currently a legal 3 family structure that has this kind of large addition on the back, which is going to be reduced in intensification pursuant to an agreement with the neighbors. with their approval that it's in their neighborhood, that it's not more detrimental to their neighborhood to also have a garage. And they believe, and I believe that they can speak for themselves. And we have provided letters of support from everyone except for Tim, or Tom, excuse me if I got your name wrong, who has already spoken up tonight. So you've heard from 2 neighbors. We've got letters of support from all of the neighbors. This has taken 6 months. And the neighbors believe that this is not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. Make no mistake, if there cannot be a garage, then this is not going to be a 2-family. This will be a 3-family. It will be modified within the structure that it's within. So, there's been a lot of work to redo the design on this building and the addition in the back, to make changes and adjustments to provide privacy and fencing and retaining walls and vegetation at the request of the neighbors. And that includes a garage. And they believe that that addition of a garage at the rear of the property will not be substantially more detrimental to them. And I would ask the board to take that into consideration when this board is constantly asking applicants to work with their abutters.
If I could just comment for a moment, I think Attorney Mead, you make an excellent point about going from three unit building to 2. That is an excellent point, and that was not the case in Federal Street. So thank you for pointing that out.
Okay.
Mr. Champetti, if I may, and I'm sorry to interrupt here. This is George Hazeltine, and I know it may be a matter of procedure and it may not be allowed, but I really implore you to please let some of the other neighbors speak. I know some of them have been texting me now. Please, not understanding, just like some of the other members did, that this procedure was going to go down like this, but now knowing that, would really like to speak specifically to the garage.
Yeah, and Mr. Hazelton, I appreciate you, of course, re-chiming in, and I'm in the process of going through hands that are raised, so I'm happy to recircle back in the unique circumstances that we're in, where there was a misunderstanding that seems to have been endemic among more than just one neighbor or one member of the ZBA. So I intend to do that, but thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Before I sort of circle back, I want to try to recover ground and get us caught back up with the benefit of everyone knowing what we know, being on the same page. I want to just circle back. Mr. Moore, did you have any questions that are new that you wish to pose now that it's sort of been clarified with respect to the garage?
No, I still have no further questions, but have appreciated the questions and answers that have come up so far, and
Okay.
I'll reserve comments for deliberation.
Very good. I'm going to rewind our procedures, our normal procedures, for just a moment so that we can catch everyone up and give everyone the benefit of speaking again. And I see one hand from during the public comments section, so I'm going to do something very unique and entertain that additional public comment from, it looks like, Mr. Neidhart. If we can unmute Mr. Neidhart's mic. Mr. Neidhart, if you can hear us, do you wish to be heard further on your comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I think it's really important to go back a bit to when originally this started 6 months ago. The applicant was proposing a 3-story addition on the back of this structure, intensifying the use with almost nearly 100% lot coverage. We worked really hard with the developer listened. We came up with a scheme which was good, that met our neighborhood standards. This is a freaky lot. It's not your normal type of thing. The developer is entitled to some kind of return on his or her investment. And this is the best way that allows what the R2 district is about. A 2-family use, not a large addition on the back for 3 families. It just didn't work. We worked really hard. The garage serves as a fence, and it also serves as an environmental thing to retain the way the dirt is on certain land banks around that and protect vegetation. We worked several weeks just on coming up with the scheme with the developer on how to build the garage into the slope. And I believe that this is the best compromise that we can come up with. It's not 100% perfect, but it is the best that we can do, where all parties are listened to and working forward. What's really strange about this whole thing tonight is how the rules changed at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it sounds like, where we were applying for a variance, the developer was applying for a variance, and now it's a special permit. So it's kind of strange that the ball gets to be changed. So that's all I have to say is I think if you look at your application originally 6 months ago and see the size and the scope of the original development, you'll see where that this is much more in keeping with the R2 district. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Neidhart. Very good. And Mr. Hazelton, I still see your hand up. I don't know if that's just mistakenly up. Okay, great. Thank you. All right. So moving back now to where we were before, questions from the board. We've heard re-questions and revisit from Mr. Moore and Mr. Delisle. Mr. Delisle.
No, we haven't heard from Mr. Delisle, actually.
Mr. Delisle, if you could, if we could go back to Mr. Delisle and allow you to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And I can certainly empathize with Mr. Neidhart. I think that the developer and the neighbors have done an excellent job to get this project in the shape that it's in right now, that as it was presented to us tonight. It seems to be an excellent project. My concern is simply that, as Mr. Neidhart notes, that with respect to this application, we've had a change in what we're doing late in the game, and we're not looking at requiring a variance for this garage being placed in the sideline, which I might add, I would not be opposed to due to the odd shape of the lot. I think that we need to, as a board and as a planning office, we need to look at this and make sure that this new interpretation as to what requires a variance and what doesn't require a variance is done in the light of day. And I think that, unfortunately for the applicant and the abutters, they are hearing all this. And it's important that we go through this. And I'd like to be able to have that discussion, and maybe I will during my my opportunity to speak during our deliberations. But I really think that this needs to be had by this board, because the board should have input into this this change with respect to the interpretation of the zoning.
Just to dovetail on that, Mr. Delisle, what do you mean by input? Like input, because we have the city's legal counsel here. We could, certainly we could take advantage of the benefit of having Attorney Eichmann from Copeland and Page give his thoughts. As an attorney with our and the city's sort of best procedural interests at heart, I don't mind eliciting that if you feel that's helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I think that what we're doing here is we're making an interpretation on an oddly drafted portion of an ordinance, and we're doing it in a vacuum, and we're not looking at I don't know that we're looking at the entire section 6F. I think we exchanged a couple of emails with the city solicitor late in the game here, and I don't know that we've really given this the necessary thought, because if we do change the way this portion of the ordinance is interpreted in the manner that we're interpreting it, when there are other interpretations that may be equally as valid, we're going to take away the requirement of a variance for accessory structures built within 6 feet of property lines. That means that anybody can go and build a garage right up on a property line, a chicken coop, right up on the property line. Strangely, the only thing that you can't build right up on the property line is a swimming pool, because it says that in section 6F, as it makes reference to the 6-foot line restriction as herein stated. I just think we're rushing here for some strange reason that doesn't quite make sense to me. And I understand Mr. Eichmann's position, and I appreciate the explanatory email that he sent relative to my thoughts on this. But that was one thought of many, and I think we're just moving very quickly for some reason when these matters have been on for, this one, the variance request did come in later, so I acknowledge that. But this idea about section 6F has been out there for quite some time, and we seem to have to move on this immediately, and it doesn't make sense. We're not looking at the way that an ordinance should be interpreted when it's not written well. We have to have some consistency within the section 6F itself, and I think, you know, as a
Mr. Delisle, this is Andy Port. I was just going to suggest, just in the interest of getting some clarification that you're suggesting here. We have counsel here this evening. I'm wondering if you could be specific about your concern or question here in relation to this particular application, and I can pull up that provision of the ordinance, of course. Perhaps counsel could provide clarification on that. I know that you and I spoke later today about a possible different interpretation of that. It sounds like maybe you're concerned that issue hasn't been fully vetted before the board acts here. I'm wondering if it makes sense to have KP, address that here.
Well, hold on a second, Andy, if I could, and this is Rob Ciampetti again. I want to just keep control of our flow and our process as chair. So I do want to hear the rest of, with respect, I just want to hear the rest of what Mr. Delisle was summing up or saying. And then I intend to elicit some quick comment from our city solicitor. And then, for better or for worse, this is the questions. That was Mr. Delisle's question. Has no lesser or greater weight than any other member's question. We're going to continue through the slate of ZBA members with questions. Then we'll get to deliberations and we'll deliberate. And there'll be a motion or there won't. There'll be a second or there won't. There'll be a vote or there won't. And that will all run by the governance of Robert's rules. So I want to be thorough in our procedural and fair to our substance as I can be. So, Mr. Delisle, I just want to allow you to continue. And Andy, if you could just indulge me that, and then we'll, I want to then hear from from Attorney Eichmann.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to continue. I'm not, I don't know that this is the best way of having this discussion, with Attorney Eichmann, but we can do it this way.
Well, so I don't want it to be a discussion necessarily. I want us to pose a question, elicit his input. But I don't think that we as a board, and certainly I put it out to all of you to tell me if you agree or disagree. I don't think we as a board should attempt to, vet the efficacy of section, of this new section and its interpretation here in the context of this. We have something before us, and I believe that we owe it to the applicant, as we would to any, to see it through and let it, to hoist the flag and see who salutes. And I think that we have to, follow through with it. And there's a separate matter. The dimensional variance has been continued. It will either be demonstrated that it can be withdrawn because it doesn't apply, or it won't, and we'll have a separate hearing on that. But I guess I just want us to stay on point if we could. But Mr. Delisle, I interrupted you, so please continue.
Thank you. I guess the problem here is that we're having this discussion, and in the context of this hearing, which probably isn't fair to the applicant, as I think I said earlier. But the discussion, there's no other opportunity to have it if we don't have it here, I'm afraid. So we
Mr. Delisle, Mr. Chairman, if I may, this is Andy Port again.
Please.
I feel like something might be missed here and not quite understood fully, which is that it seems to me the only question here is whether or not an additional type of relief is needed for the plan that you're seeing here this evening. So while I understand there's some debate and maybe you want to have further discussion and the ZBA might need further information on how to interpret whether or not a variance is needed here, it seems to be that if the board does not have objection to the plans that it has before it this evening, in terms of granting a special permit for nonconformities, presumably that would be appropriate for an action for approval, and presumably the board would find similarly with respect to a variance. There's obviously the hardship issue with related to a variance, but I guess I'm just a little bit confused as to if there's a reason for the board not to approve the special permit for nonconformities if the board does not have issues with the building and garage as shown on the plans here.
Mr. Port, if I'm gonna, this is Rob Champetti. We don't yet know, and we're gonna go through and respectfully, we're gonna need to just continue the exercise of questions, deliberations, and a motion to figure that out, I suppose. So I don't think it's necessarily a fair question for Mr. Delisle to ask him, you know, in the negative, sort of why wouldn't you approve it, sort of thing. I don't mean to suggest to put words in your mouth, but I just want us to stay on our you know, on pace, I suppose, and on topic if we could. So what I'd like to do is Mr. Delisle, was there anything else? And I did want to make sure that we stay, this is the question section, and certainly you'll have another opportunity during deliberations, but I want to limit the questions to questions and then move through the Ms. Webb, Mr. Swanton, and then to deliberations if we could.
Yeah, no, I have no questions of the applicant. I'm fine with the applicant.
Okay, then can I ask, would it be, would you be agreeable to just to reserving you know, the rest of the comments as part of the deliberation section, because it sounds like that's going to be more of a format of our discussions by and between each other.
Certainly, I'd be happy to do that. Certainly.
Okay, I appreciate that. All right, so moving on through questions. Well, actually, before I ask Ms. Webb of any questions, since we have legal counsel, Attorney Eichmann from Kopelman and Page, Andy, could we unmute Attorney Eichmann's mic and see if there's any input that Attorney Eichmann might be able to offer or willing to offer, and if not, we'll just continue in toward questions and then deliberations.
Yep. Jonathan, you there with us?
I'm here.
Thank you, Attorney Eichmann. What are your thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, I would second the comments you've made and that other people have made as well. What is before the board tonight is an application for a special permit for nonconformities. That application is based on the plans submitted. They include the garage. That's what the board's acting on. The interpretation issue that Mr. Delisle is raising is certainly a valid issue, but it is not part of the consideration of the board tonight based on the application that's before it. He raises a question, a good question about when the board would be able to look at that question. But as far as the application right now, that is not a question before the board.
Very good. Thank you, Attorney Eichmann. Moving now to Ms. Webb, question. We're still in questions from the board. Ms. Webb, any questions of the applicant, or that includes our solicitor, Attorney Eichmann, or any of the representatives of the applicant?
I believe I do not have any additional questions. It's been a very thorough and meandering presentation, but I think it sounds like it's a very good project. It has all the support of the neighbors. I think my comments I'll reserve more for the deliberation section, as I feel similarly as Mr. Delisle has articulated that you know, there's some discussion that needs to happen about this wording interpretation and in the ordinance, and if it's going to be changed, you know, when does the ZBA have input for that? So I have no further questions for the applicant.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. Mr. Swanton.
I actually think Ms. Webb kind of expressed my feelings pretty well there. I have no questions for the applicant. I have a lot of confusion about what happened, you know, with the last minute change. I don't think we have about 50 people in this Zoom call. I don't think this is the time to hash through that thing, but it does need to be discussed. And I think, not sure when, but so I have no questions for the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swanton. I too have no further questions, just relying on the questions that have been asked and addressed by my colleagues. So I will close that portion of the public hearing and move to deliberations. I just, let me see here. Okay, so in deliberations, members of the ZBA, we're deliberating the only application that remains before us, which is a special permit for nonconformities. In the course of that, of course, and as is outlined in our staff report, which the public has access to grant a special permit for nonconformities, the board must find that there will be no addition of a new nonconformity. The board must also find that the application before us, and that is an application inclusive of the plan and inclusive of the garage, just to put it into real-time context for this application, that the board must also find that the application as presented will not be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the pre-existing non-conforming use or structure. When we make that determination and finding, the board may also consider factors, as we well know, such as size, scale, mass and volume, and the location of the proposed structure, extension or alteration as compared to the existing structure and lot, and the other lots in the neighborhood, the other structures and lots in the neighborhood, and reasonable alternatives to the proposal. I'll also point out, as we said earlier, that the application does trigger the tree and sidewalk ordinance. So any vote or motion after we conclude the deliberations, I'll just reiterate the condition that DPS would want to be included in any motion brought forward. So that's the criteria for our deliberations. And so we are now in deliberations. Mr. Moore, you can kick things off if you could.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Mr. Neidhart said it best from my standpoint, I guess. Looking at this special permit in this project that's been a long time coming, and it is I think a great example of all parties working together. I think all would agree on that. And while I certainly appreciate the specificity of getting into interpretation of the language and the variance, I guess from my standpoint, I look at the project as a whole, and with the work that's been put in, the tireless efforts of the neighborhood, the abutters, the developers, the architects, I'm impressed by how much the project has changed actually in such a small amount of time. And that project that all the neighbors signed on for included the garage, which would imply increased lot coverage. So I guess from my standpoint, I don't see it, arguing about the language of the variance or the ordinance as something that that we should be concerned with this application. And in fact, I think the board would agree. The board doesn't decide whether variances are needed to begin with. We only see items on our agenda when it's been decided by the zoning officer whether a variance is needed. So us deciding on whether a variance is needed, I think is maybe putting the cart before the horse, although I understand the need to not just rubber stamp a project without having all the proper information. So I guess from my standpoint, the applicant won't be able to slap up a garage without a variance if it's determined it's needed. We never determine whether the variance is needed. I'm going to lean on the department to make the right decision there. And as presented, I don't see any new nonconformities. I applaud all the work that's been put in by all parties involved, and I can certainly support it.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. And do you wish to add anything with respect to either the two prongs of 9B2 and the criteria for special permit for nonconformities?
Well, I mean, as presented, there's no new nonconformities. And as far as more substantially detrimental, I mean, the whole addition's been downsized. It's been, privacy concerns have been addressed. There's been a lot of input. So I don't see how it could be seen from my standpoint as substantially more detrimental when the intensity of use has been cut. The addition itself has been downsized with the lot coverage coming mostly from the proposed garage, which is a one-story garage and a very unique notch. I don't see it being more detrimental in any way.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Delisle, and thank you, Mr. Delisle, for your deference earlier to this portion of the hearing and deliberations.
Oh, you're welcome. I would agree with Mr. Moore that there's certainly no addition of a new non-conformity, and that the proposed changes by the applicant will most definitely not be more detrimental to the neighborhood. This looks like a very good project, and all the abutters are behind it, and the applicant and the abutters have worked diligently to get this to where it is. I can certainly support this project with respect to the special permit that we're discussing this evening. My discussions before or earlier in the hearing, lengthy as they were, related to the interpretation of section 6F. And I would disagree with Mr. Moore. I do believe that the board has a role in how the ordinance is interpreted. And I think that that's an issue that we have to discuss, and it apparently is not during this hearing, and nor should it be in all fairness to the applicant, the applicant's professionals, and the abutters. But this is certainly an issue that has to be discussed, and I would put it to each member to ask that we discuss this and do it soon, because I think that if we start letting these things slide through without a need for a variance, when that has been the case for that has been consistently what has been done in Newburyport, we are going to end up with a lot of things happening that maybe we'll be sorry for. I feel like we're opening Pandora's box here, and we have to be very thorough in addressing this. And I don't know if I'm supposed to talk about specifics here or not, so I won't. But this needs to be discussed, and that's the extent of my comments for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Delisle. Ms. Webb.
I think both of my colleagues have spoken before me, have articulated these issues very well. Is it appropriate for us to schedule a working meeting with the planning staff on this subject about the 6F language and the interpretation?
This is Rob Champetti again, Ms. Webb. It is, but during the business meeting of tonight's hearing, so that we can get through the business of the applications. It's certainly within the purview of the board to request, or at least further thoughts toward having a separate conversation, discussion, or even something as formal as a meeting with the benefit of our solicitor, Attorney Eichmann, to vet further, what the obligations and responsibilities and duties of the board would be with respect to this new this change to section 6F. But I will say, just to add this parenthetically, I do agree with Mr. Delisle and Mr. Moore, even if they don't think they agree with each other on this, that it is within the purview of our board, in my opinion, that we try to understand what governs us and what and the criteria and standards by which we're asked to review what comes before us. It isn't within our purview, in my opinion, that we legislate or necessarily interpret beyond our discretion. But I think this is new and it's novel, and we need to get our arms around it and understand it so we can apply it. So I think we can address that at the end of our meeting this evening. Was there anything else, Ms. Webb?
I just wanted to add that, or reiterate that, what they're proposing is not going to be more substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. The abutters have all worked very hard on this, and they've reached a compromise, which is the result of the property will be used in a less intensive way with only 2 units there instead of 4. And the neighborhood is compromised by agreeing to the addition of a garage. So I'm in support of the proposal.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Webb. And Mr. Swanton.
Yeah, thank you. Well, as usual, my colleagues say it pretty well. I do think the neighbor, Fred, forget the last name here, Neidhart said it really well. This project at its early, the earliest proposal was very massive. The neighbors have worked with the applicant to make a far better proposal. As Attorney Mead pointed out, it reduces the use to only 2-family. You know, I had a concern about the coverage with the garage, but if that's part of the package here, I think the overall package is an improvement, and it's certainly not less detrimental to the neighborhood. So I can support this. Having said that, I apologize, I guess, for all of everybody had to sit through our stumbling here. We did get a last-minute rules change here, which is very confusing. And I do think the Zoning Board of Appeals has a role to play in the discussion, and at least we should be discussing it, I think. So I concur with the thought that we should be talking about this, and I would like to propose that our next meeting, we just have a scheduled topic on it, and not try to tack it on to the end of tonight's agenda when we're all exhausted and don't have a chance to prepare for it. But just have a regularly scheduled agenda item and just on this next meeting, just say, okay, now let's talk about it so we can hopefully not go through this again at the next one of these. So thank you. I can support this application.
All right, thank you, Mr. Swanton. And this is Rob Chiarapetti again. I concur, with the I guess the thoughts of my colleagues. I often, as does our board, in my observation of how we function, I often place a lot of weight in the sentiment of the neighbors, the direct abutters, those most impacted. I mean, not certainly not end all be all weight. It's run through the lens of everything else we consider, but it's certainly a powerful referendum to hear from folks that have seen the evolution of something go from massive in scale as described by, for example, one direct abutter, Mr. Neidhart, and be refined down to something that is agreeable. And I think it's certainly in the spirit of what we as a board have done in our charge to applicants in each application, that we ask them to go forth and work with the neighbors. It's an organic board. As I've had the privilege of participating on this board, we've been an organic board in kind of thinking through these things and being very empathetic to all of the considerations, and insisting on the parties working together is exactly the spirit of what we hope to see, and the success that flows from that more often than not is an example throughout, hopefully throughout our city, and we should continue to aspire to do that. I think that's what the applicant and the neighbors have done here, so I commend them for that, and so I think that I can support this as well. Any further comments from in deliberations? Seeing no hands, do we have a motion to approve? And I'll just point out at this point that again, this application triggers the tree and sidewalk ordinance. So DPS has requested the recommendation on sidewalk improvements that the applicant has agreed to, that as shown in the plans, the applicant will replace the existing sidewalk abutting the property with Boston City brick pavers and new granite curbing with additional detail. If anyone is to make a motion, just please ask that we incorporate by reference the agreed upon recommendations of DPS and the applicant.
This is Mr. Moore. I'll make a motion to approve special permit for nonconformities for 68 Middle Street, 2020-053, with the express condition that the applicant replace existing sidewalk abutting the property with Boston City brick pavers and new granite curbing as instructed and agreed upon by the DPS.
Mr. Delisle, seconded.
Very good. Motion's made, and thank you. Motion's made by Mr. Moore and seconded by Mr. Delisle. Calling the roll. Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Delisle.
Yes.
Ms. Webb.
Yes.
Mr. Swanton.
Yes.
Rob Chiarapetti, I vote yes. That's 5 in the affirmative. The motion, the ayes have it. The motion carries, and the special permit for nonconformities is approved. Thank you very much for everyone's patience and comments, and thank you, members of the audience and attendance, for your patience through our work on this application. So
Thank you to the board, Mr. Chair. We appreciate that.
Thank you. We'll see you in January.
very good. Thank you, Attorney Mead. Okay, so moving now to the next application before us, we have 2 matters on the application, 2 matters on the address of 12-14 Harrison Street. The first is docket 057, an appeal. This matter was continued from the hearing of October 13th. And there is a request before us on the appeal by the applicant to continue further to January 12th, 2021. That's an appeal of the notice of violation issued on August 11th, 2020 by the zoning administrator. Second is a special permit, docket 075. That matter is continued from the same here. I'm sorry, that matter is continued from the hearing of November 10th, 2020, and that is to authorize removal of 3 walls resulting in demolition of over 25% within the demolition control overlay district. We have, speaking on behalf of the applicant this evening, we have attorney David Mack, counsel for the applicant, Mr. Michael Gray, the applicant, Dan Webb, engineer on behalf of the applicant, and Barry Gannick, architect on behalf of the applicant. Just for the benefit of our city solicitor with Copeland and Page, attorney Jonathan Eichman, who is present for purposes to give guidance and counsel to the ZBA with respect to this application. I would ask the indulgence first of attorney Mack, if you could sum up the request. And I understand that you wish to be heard on an appeal, on a continuance of the appeal portion of what's before us this evening. We're happy to, if you wish to be heard on that first, we can deal with that matter first, and then get into your sort of re-summary for the benefit of the board's solicitor counsel, the matter that remains, which would be the special permit that we opened when we were here last. Attorney Mack.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me okay?
We can. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the appeal, I'm fine with just resting on the papers. We just think that the matters before the board on the special permit and the request for relief from the 3-year moratorium are the issues that need to be decided, and hopefully will moot any need to pursue the appeal. So we'd like to continue that to the 21st of January.
Very good. Attorney Mack, we're going to deal with that one first before we proceed any further. So members of the ZBA, we have a request for the applicant to continue the appeals at docket 067, the appeal before us to the meeting of January 12th, 2021. Any members of the board wish to be heard on the applicant's request, or in the alternative, do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I just want to mention, I believe the applicant mentioned the meeting of January 21st. I think it was just a misspeaking, but I want to make sure that's.
Oh, January 12th. I apologize.
Okay, I just want to make sure that that's on the record. Perfect. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Any members of the CBA wish to be heard on the applicant's request? Seeing no hands, do we have a motion? This is a motion to continue to the the appeal to the hearing of January 12th, 2021.
It's Rachel Webb. I'll make that motion to continue 12-14 Harrison Street, 2020-067 to the meeting of January 12th.
Second, Ken Swanton.
Very good. Motion's made by Ms. Moore and seconded by Ms. Swanton. Mr. Swanton, sorry. Calling the roll. Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Delisle.
Yes.
Ms. Webb.
Yes.
Mr. Swanton.
Yes.
Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That's 5 in the affirmative. The motion carries, and the appeal docket 067 is continued to the meeting of January 12th, 2021. Thank you. Moving now to what remains, docket 075, the special permit. This is the matter continued from November 10th. Attorney Mack, if you wouldn't mind, for the benefit of our solicitor and counsel, Attorney Eichman, would you mind just summing up, however you find it convenient, the relief that you are seeking, and feel free to go into as much detail as you wish.
Thank you. I'm going to be as brief as I can. I'm sensitive to the time, but I do want to make sure that we're all on the same page. We actually have 2 issues in front of the board this evening. One is the special permit for the DCOD special permit. To go back, originally this project was presented on a special permit for nonconformities back in the spring, and it was issued, and the project proceeded. And during the course of the project, Mr. Gray determined that walls, the framing of the exterior walls, which he did not expect to have to, to eliminate, he discovered that they were just insufficient from a structural standpoint. They weren't original. They were rotted. They were just in such poor shape that he took down the framing. And that triggered a zoning violation in early August due to the fact that he removed the framing without prior thereto receiving a demolition control overlay district special permit. Per the zoning violation notice, Mr. Gray and his counsel at the time, which was not me, I got involved right around that time, conferred with Ms. Blanchet as to what to do. Obviously, the project ceased immediately. He stopped work immediately. And initially, after conferring with planning staff, the decision was made to send in a request to get relief from the 3-year moratorium that's set forth in the DCOD ordinance so that the project could be resumed. Further discussions took place, and then it was decided that a belt and suspenders approach to submit an actual special permit, application for a special permit, to account for the fact that the exterior framing had been removed. And that we went back to Historical Commission and we had 2 meetings there. They have since issued a report. And so we're back here today seeking 2 things. One is that the board give approval to Mr. Gray to resume the project and to lift the 3-year moratorium on the issuance of a building permit under these circumstances. And I will explain, I've done it before, but I will try to sum up our arguments as to why that would be appropriate here. The other request is the special permit itself. It's sort of, I hate to use Latin, but ex post facto, sort of retroactive looking in light of the circumstances with the framing having been removed. The project, as I'll go into detail, will still be built in exactly the same design and form as it was originally proposed, with the lone exception being the framing being replaced. We really appreciate the time and attention that the zoning board and the historical commission have given to this matter. We understand that the project did not go as it should have, and no one is responsible for that except Mr. Gray. Mr. Gray and Mr. Gray alone made a mistake. As the owner, it was incumbent upon him to understand the rules, and if he didn't know what they were, he should have asked. He understands he made a mistake. He should have stopped the work before removing the framing. The question now is, well, what do we do about it? The ordinance provides says a 3-year moratorium can be imposed. And, there is some sentiment among, especially members of the historical commission and others, that the maximum penalty must be imposed in order to send a message that the town's ordinance are not to be ignored and you just can't knock down historic properties. And of course, we don't quarrel with the notion that, one of the things that the board should consider is that the penalty is, severe enough that it discourages noncompliance. Of course, that's appropriate. But that factor alone, respectfully, should not control. It shouldn't be considered in a vacuum or out of context. If you step back and look at the overall circumstances of this project and this building, extending the penalty beyond the now 4.5-month moratorium would not fit the crime, so to speak, and would not be, in our view, in the best interest of the neighborhood or in the best interest of the city. Remember that this project is and always was to be essentially a complete gutting of the interior of the property. The interior of the building was approved to be essentially ripped out. It was in horrible shape. Mr. Gray even got permission to take out the chimney after it was determined that couldn't even be preserved. Now, looking at the state of things now, of course, it's a horrible eyesore. The framing is gone and the interior is just a shell. Now, again, the gutting of the building was contemplated from the beginning, and eventually, if and when this project is permitted to go forward, it will look on the outside exactly the way it was presented to this board and the Historical Commission in May. Most of the framing has been removed. It cannot be restored, but the framing is not visible from the outside or even for the inside. On the outside, of course, there will be clapboard siding, an improvement over the vinyl siding. And even on the inside, the framing is covered by wallboard. So every other aspect of this project is identical. It didn't change the project to such a degree that it won't be built as designed. This is not a situation where an owner was going to, preserve a building and then completely knocked it down and took a bulldozer to it. This was a complete gut job. Nearly every aspect of the building was to be renovated, and it's about the framing, and it's only about the framing. Now, let's assume that Mr. Gray had stopped the job and come back to this board, and let's assume even that it would have been possible to preserve some of the framing. It would still, in the end, look exactly the same as it will when and if this project is allowed to continue in accordance with the design and plans approved by the city. The framing will be new and it'll be structurally sound framing, but no one will be visible. No one will be able to tell the difference. The look and design and materials of everything visible will be identical to what was proposed in May. Now, making Mr. Gray wait another 32 months, 2 years and 8 months to complete this same project is just not proportional to the mistake he made. He's not a repeat offender. He's not a builder with other projects around town or in the region. He's a homeowner who wanted to move to Newburyport, and he really loves the town, and it's his home. And while it's important to enforce the laws and discourage non-compliance, the city also has an interest in encouraging property owners to invest in their property. This includes investment in older homes. This property was in horrible condition. Beyond its age, there were few historical design features remaining. It had been converted to a two-family home. An addition to the rear had been made. There was vinyl siding. The roof style had been changed. Even the Historical Commission, in its most recent report, notes that the historical features noted in 1980, when the Massachusetts Historical Commission did the survey, have been removed. The Grays proposed to sink a ton of money into improving this property and make it significantly more attractive. I would submit that's a good thing, and not just for this property, but for the entire neighborhood. Is it in the best interest to send a message to existing Newburyport residents or people like the Grays who moved to this city from elsewhere that if you break a rule, you'll be shut down for years, regardless of the nature and significance of the misstep relevant to the whole project? Is that really the best message to send? And we just at the conclusion of the last matter, Mr. Chairman noted the importance of the neighbors. Think about the concerns of the neighborhood. The neighbors have spoken out unanimously in favor of this. Making an example of the Grays doesn't help the neighborhood. I got the sense in listening to the Historic Commission that maybe too many people have taken liberties in town. I'm not from Newburyport. This is my maiden voyage before this board. And maybe the sentiment is it's time for the city to put its foot down. There's also resentment, as noted in the Historical Commission report. And I guess at one of the meetings in the spring, Mr. Gray's then counsel, was perceived as lecturing the commission on the jurisdiction. You know, the commission should be applauded for their passion and for preserving historic properties and their dedication and service. But that passion and dedication shouldn't have the effect of making an example of Mr. Gray and imposing the maximum penalty. Everyone in that neighborhood and those using the rail trail will have to look at this giant blue tarp that's on the screen now, covering a half-constructed vacant building in a neighborhood, you know, with kids roaming around. Is that a sacrifice that the neighborhood, forget Mr. Gray and Mrs. Gray, that the neighborhood and other residents should have to endure for years? The Grays want to invest their hard-earned money into this property and to restore many of the historical features that have been eliminated by prior owners. We only request that they be allowed to do so as soon as possible. They have suffered already significantly, financially, emotionally. They're paying rent. They have 6 children. Most are grown, but some are still around. They're paying rent as the project sits on ice. They've incurred incredible delay costs, additional insurance charges for having a vacant, inactive site. And on top of that, of course, they've incurred hefty legal bills. And certainly they've received some bad press and they've been painted in a very negative light. I submit that the ordinance has done its job and it's served its purpose. We only ask that the board take a reasoned, practical, proportional approach in applying the ordinance. That's the message that would be sent if the board were to allow the Grays to go forward. The public will understand that there is a price to pay, of course, if you break a rule, but will also understand that those in charge exercise their authority in a fair and measured way, taking into account all of the interests at play. You know, so for all of these reasons, most importantly, that this is the same project with the exception of framing, which will not be seen from the inside or the outside. We would request that the board exercise its authority and immediately, you know, deem the 4+ months and counting sort of time served and allow this project to go forward. And we also request, for the reasons stated in our papers, that the DCOD special permit be issued. Again, the framing is the only aspect of this job that required a DCOD special permit to begin with. And we presented, you know, in our written submissions, the reasons why the framing could not be preserved. We've shown pictures of it. It just was in horrible, horrible condition. And with the, you know, guidance of the engineer and the architect, you know, we replaced it. And Mr. Gray jumped the gun. And, you know, believe me, if he could go back and do it all over again, that isn't the way he would have proceeded. So that's the summary of my presentation. Mr. Webb wanted to be here, but we understand he is dealing with some elderly parents that he has to care for, and nights are virtually impossible for him to attend. But if the board has any questions as to the specifics of the project, which I believe are well known by now, Mr. Gray is here, as is Mr. Gannick, and I believe Mr. Gray may want to say a few words himself.
By all means.
I mean, Mr. Mack had pretty much said most of it. I guess I just, you know, would apologize for my, you know, ignorance starting out in this project, not realizing how things are done with houses in the DCOD. I can't change what's been done to 12 Harrison Street, but my actions have always been from the start to just bring back some of what it was, you know, before the 1980s when all the additions were done. You know, a lot of the board members on the historic and maybe some of zoning had felt that, you know, I was under the intention that I could do whatever I wanted, and that's not the case. You know, I started talking with planning back after I had bought the home, and I was granted a partial demo permit then, you know, to do my exploratory demo. and to see if we could save the chimney. And after that happened, we realized we couldn't save the chimney. And, with one more meeting to go down and talk to planning, we were able to take down the chimney. We were eventually granted a construction permit based on the drawings that you see, that were presented. And shortly after we started construction is when I realized that the exterior framing couldn't be saved. We had taken the drywall off from the inside, and that's when I should have stopped and got permission, from DCOD SP, a special permit to remove the rest of the demo. And I can't change what I did, but I'm sorry that I took that decision away from historic and zoning and whoever else is involved. We, like as Dave said, we've got 6 kids, 3 are self-sufficient, 3 who are juggling back and forth from school, in a tough time, worldwide right now, and just looking to see if, you guys can just kind of understand where we were coming from. That wasn't trying to be deliberate. I didn't see the harm based on a full interior demo permit and taking down a chimney that a few walls or the existing walls would be such an issue. So obviously I'd go back, I would. That's pretty much really all I have to say, but just hope that we can get some sort of resolution.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Gray. This is Chairman Ciampetti again. Attorney Mack, was there anything else before I wish to hear from our solicitor, Attorney Eichmann?
I didn't have anything further. I'm sensitive to the time, and a lot of it has been presented in prior meetings.
Very good. Thank you, Counselor. Okay, so with that in mind, certainly we have our planning director, Andy Port, as well as our city solicitor with Copeland and Page, Jonathan Eichmann. Mr. Port and Attorney Eichmann, maybe we'll start with Attorney Eichmann. Would you mind just having now heard sort of a summary and knowing what we believe in the full details of what's before the board, could you offer your sort of insight and opinion with respect to 2 points that I just kind of want to direct your comments around, at least at first. The first of which is what's before our board that's left that hasn't been continued is a special permit under the DCOD. I guess part of my question, and if you could maybe touch on this, is it within the purview and power of the ZBA to issue post facto a permit under the DCOD, or is the relief that we should be considering and deliberating and kind of tailoring our thoughts and efforts toward something other than that? And if so, what is that, so that we can try to guide and constrict sort of our analysis into what's the appropriate course of action, or at least the appropriate parameters of a further course of action on the board. And I hope that isn't too cumbersome and confusing a question.
Mr. Chairman, no, it's not. I think the answer to that question, the first part of it is simple, the second part not so much. The first part of the question is, does the board have the authority to act on a after the fact special permit? I think the answer to that question is yes, it does. I think zoning case law is very clear on that point, that the fact that a ordinance has been violated does not prevent a property owner from seeking the appropriate permits after the fact. The question for the board, however, and the little more difficult part of this is it possible, realistically possible, given the standard that the board has to apply for the special permit, whether they could conceivably issue a special permit after the fact for this project? And obviously that's a matter of consideration for the board. And before you get to the second question, I did want to point out, I heard that the applicant had meetings with the Historic Commission after our last meeting, that a report of the Historic Commission was issued. I have not seen that report. If it would be of any assistance to me, it would be helpful for me to know what's in that.
Absolutely, and I think there's a link. Actually, Caitlin, can you maybe quickly email Attorney Eichmann the link to the DCOD advisory opinion, and for the benefit of information as well, Attorney Eichmann, we do have, and I intend to recognize and hear from the chairman of the Newburyport Historic Commission, who is in attendance as well. So we have Mr. Glenn Richards. So in the public comment segment, I intend to recognize Chairman Richards to just summarize for us for the benefit of the board members as well as yourself, the advisory report that we would typically receive in connection with the DCOD application from the Newburyport Historic Commission. But I would want you to have that in its full text as well.
Good. That's all I have in your first question. I understood you had another question.
The other question is it within the purview and power of the ZBA to apply anything other than the standard of which is what we've been referred to, what we've referred to as the maximum penalty or the penalty of a 3-year moratorium? Is it within our purview to attenuate, modify, or craft something other than that, or must we, if we are to act, must we impose the full weight of a 3-year moratorium?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think it's clear from the ordinance that the board does have the authority to allow for construction to proceed in a period shorter than 3 years, referring to subsection 8 of the DCOD, section E. It talks about prior written approval of the SPGA, that would be the ZBA, may be obtained to allow building permit to go forward in less than 3 years. So clearly the board has that authority. The ordinance is not more specific beyond that about what the board should consider in terms of whether an appropriate penalty would be less than that and what standard to apply. I've given the opinion previously that while there are no specific standards, the board can look to and should look to the purposes of the ordinance in considering what would be the appropriate decision on a request for approval to modify that time period.
Okay, and thank you, Attorney Eichmann. So that was really the crux of my question under section 8, subsection E. I couldn't determine, and for the benefit of my colleagues, what the standard of review or to apply, we must apply is, and it appears to be silent as to standard of review. So we default to the looking to the purpose and spirit of the ordinance. And I wanted to make sure I was on sound footing, at least in your opinion, so that we could have this discussion in full open and make sure that my colleagues, as well as myself, know what the parameters are by which we should undertake to consider and deliberate and move forward with this. So was there anything else that you felt we should know before we move forward?
Just one thing. My understanding is that the applicant has requested both a DCOD special permit after the fact and in the alternative a written approval finding under the subsection 8 we talked about. I think the board should be careful here to address both those requests in its written decision and to be mindful of the fact that its decision on both of those requests will be appealable.
All right, so I apologize, I'm going to have a follow-on to that. So when you say should be careful, we should be careful so as to deliberate the full details that we can with respect to each, or we should be careful to do one over the other. I just want to make sure that everyone on the board understands.
I think you want to address each of them unless obviously, well, actually, no, I think you have to address each because potentially the result, even if you were to grant relief under either, the result may be different under those two requests.
Okay, and I'm looking at our agenda, and our agenda has special permit continued from 11/10/2020, which is the DCOD special permit. That's the framed relief that I see that we would be considering.
Mr. Ciampetti, if I could clarify, I think that there's just a missing word there after, or a word or two after special permit on the agenda. The application, as Attorney Eichmann had pointed out, the original application request was for the relief of the 3-year period. The applicant subsequently filed and clarified that they also were requesting the after the fact DCOD special permit. So irrespective of the fact that your agenda only shows a special permit there, the request, and it's been carried from other agendas, is for both of those reliefs under this ordinance. One thing that I would add to what Jonathan has already said, and I agree with much of what's been stated thus far, is just that in terms of the DCOD special permit, I think the Historic Commission had pointed this out, it would be difficult, certainly problematic for the Zoning Board of Appeals, in my opinion. I think the Historic Commission had pointed this out, to grant a DCOD special permit, if only because there is no way to do this contemplated peer review that ordinance calls for. Well, it made sense, I think, in this case for the applicant here to apply for that after the fact permit, since there was an argument in the written approval request that a DCOD special permit they might have been eligible for one. I think it would be problematic, if nothing else, for the board to grant one without having a peer review, since one cannot be done on a building that has been demolished in some format. However, from my perspective, it seems better to focus on the request for written approval, which, as Jonathan pointed out, is the board should discuss each of those separately and have clear decision and finding on both of those separately, because, as Jonathan pointed out, they're just separate decisions and separate appealable actions.
All right. Thank you, Andy. And Attorney Eichmann, I will revisit this with you if we get far enough as to actually be framing a motion on the matter, so that we can run it through the lens of the benefit of your counsel.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate that. Okay. All right. Thank you, Attorney Eichmann. So what I want to do next is go to, we're going to close the initial presentation portion of the public hearing, and we're going to move in typical fashion to the public comment section. And we will begin with, I'd like to, well, I don't see his hand raised. I'm going to ask public comment first from Mr. Glenn Richards, if he's still here, the chairman of the Newburyport Historic Commission. I just wish to hear from Chairman Richards with respect to our advisory report that we've received since we were all here last. Chairman Richards.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Champetty. Glenn Richards, 6 Kent Street, and as stated, our chair of the Newburyport Historical Commission. I wasn't really, I attended tonight out of interest for this. I didn't really have anything prepared, but I'll just share my thoughts. I think, and try to frame or put in context the report. I think, the summary that Andy was displaying a couple minutes ago pretty much sums it up. It was, as I think we can all agree, it's a very odd situation, as we've been discussing, with the things having to be done ex post facto, things, trying to evaluate something that's no longer there, and so on. Right now, so to make comments from really more on behalf of myself rather than not speaking for the entire commission, let me back up one step back. The consensus in the commission, people on the commission felt pretty strongly that, were upset, as many residents were upset at what happened, and felt pretty strongly that, yeah, the 3-year moratorium was appropriate. There was some discussion of that, though, and certainly some disagreement that, there is the facts that were very ably presented by the attorney for the applicant about, for example, do we really, is it appropriate to have this neighborhood eyesore there for 3 years? Is that really a boon to the neighborhood or not? I try to keep myself and the commission focused on the matters that we have purview over. So I try to filter out some of the heated arguments that might come from various quarters that might not truly be relevant to the job we're trying to do, which is to determine, does what is proposed adhere to the Secretary's standards or not, and so on. We really try to focus on that. In this particular project, it had its ups and downs. Those have already been elaborated. I think the reason the plans were approved by us in the end was that, as has been stated, the house pretty much was a mess at today. Well, not actually, so let's say 8 months ago, even, or a year ago, was already a mess because of the, sometime date unknown after the historical survey was done, in which it was a really beautiful and charming old gambrel roofed house of the type that we would all hate to see lost. It had really been kind of hacked to pieces to a large extent. And some of the changes the applicant wanted to make, we felt would improve that by restoring the characteristic gambrel roofline, for example, and making other improvements, wood instead of vinyl siding or that sort of thing, better windows, et cetera. And, it's really odd how, while the council, how do I put this? On the one hand, I think the people who are most upset are really upset at the fact that there was a beautiful old house that essentially what's going to take its place is something that looks like it is or might have been an old house, but really is pretty much a new house on the same footprint. The interior is going to be complete. It will have nothing of an old house left to it, and the exterior will kind of look like an old house that's been modified somewhat. So, and the framing, the timber framing, I assume most, if not all of it, will pretty much be gone. That won't be obvious to anyone either inside or outside the house unless they tear down a wall or something. So I don't envy the CBA being in your position. I honestly, this is a real quandary, so to speak. And I think from the historical preservation point of view, we expressed our disappointment and our chagrin and so on. It's in the report. As a practical matter, that's just one of the factors you folks will need to weigh along with the other things that have been presented both by the applicant, their attorneys, and I'm sure you'll hear other public comment as well. And I wish you good luck to come up with something that some Solomon-like decision on this.
Thank you. This is Rob Champetti again. Thank you very much,
Yeah.
Chairman Richards, for your comment on the report. Okay, moving through the public comment, continuation of public comment. I'm just going to go in sequence of hands. I see two hands raised, the first of which just has the name Linda. If we can unmute Linda's mic, and Linda, I apologize, we don't have your last name. If we could have your name and address as well, please. It looks like your mic might still be muted, Linda. If you want to go to the bottom left of your Zoom screen, you'll see an icon of a microphone. If you could just click that and it should come up green.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Okay. I'm Linda Miller, 20 Ship Street. I'm co-president of the Newburyport Preservation Trust, and I'm an architect, and I've worked on many old houses. My comments are three. I have three different things to say. One is about the structure, which I was told could not be saved. I've rarely seen a post and beam structure in an 18th or 19th century house that could not be rehabbed and saved with the proper techniques. So it's hard for me to believe that it couldn't be saved, but what we've got now is a stick-built house, a modern stick-built house, instead of an 18th century post and beam framed house, which in my opinion is a much lower quality structure, and it's inauthentic. And I think it's not just the loss, and nobody can see the frame of any of these old houses, but that's not the point. The point is they're authentic. And what we're going to get is a new house of lower quality that's inauthentic. Most of the hearings that you're going through focus on changes to the existing structures in Newburyport. More and more of them are losing their historic assets. This is a very strong example of losing our historic assets because it was a really nice 18th century house. And now we're going to have a new house that doesn't look like the 18th century house because it's much taller with additions and a garage, and it'll be of much lower quality. And the other thing I want to talk about is the law. This is a conscious decision made by the owner to do this project, the way he did it. Is it expedient to give relief at this point? Probably. Is that what's best for Newburyport in the long run? I don't think it is. I think it's the expediency of the immediate neighborhood would make them happy. But is that what the city direction, is that the direction we want to go in? To make it expedient? Because that means that it will keep happening and we'll keep going down this path. And that's the end of my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. I'm going to move along to the next member of the public. I see and wish to recognize Judy Timon. Ms. Timon, you have the floor.
Judy Timon, 39 Lime Street. And I just want to make a few comments. I think in response to what the applicant's attorney stated, I don't think the ZBA is making an example. I think the ZBA should follow the law, should follow the ordinance. And I think the applicant was well aware of the restrictions of the DCOD. And I think the ZBA is under the obligation to fulfill the requirements of the special permit, which requires you to determine that certain conditions are met. And one of them is that the proposed use is in harmony with the purpose and intent of the ordinance. And the intent of DCOD goes on and on about the architectural, cultural, economic, political, social history of Newburyport. It is most valued and important. City's history is embodied in the State Historic District. The preservation and rehabilitation and enhancement of the city's historic character is critical to the preservation of the city's heritage and land values. You get the idea. So I understand the issues that the neighbors have. I live in this neighborhood. I walk down that street. I see the blue tarp. I don't understand why you cannot satisfy the needs of, or the wishes of the abutters and put up temporary siding, even put in some landscaping so that it looks like the house has been rehabbed, make it even vinyl siding, put it up and secure it, which you're allowed to do under DCOD. You're allowed to secure the site, put up temporary siding, take down the blue tarp, and let it sit there unoccupied for 3 years. Enforce the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Timon. I see the hand of Mr. Coulter-John. Mr. Coulter-John, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Tom Coulter-John, 64 Federal Street. I'm the other co-president of the Newburyport Preservation Trust. It's rare that we both feel compelled to speak at one of these meetings, but such is the case tonight. The Newburyport Preservation Trust continues to strongly oppose this special permit application. The Newburyport Historical Commission has recommended against approval of a special permit and against relief from the 3-year moratorium on future permits. The applicant's appeal for already violating the building permit and violating Newburyport zoning has not even been heard. The applicants demolished a historic building without permission. They have argued that only the interior framing has changed and that nobody will see it. That is total nonsense, an attempt to justify the damage they have done. That attitude goes against the intent and purpose of the DCOD. The intent is to prevent the demolition of historic buildings. Every citizen of Newburyport benefits from intact historic houses and neighborhoods. It is what draws people to Newburyport. The trust respectfully requests that the Zoning Board of Appeals deny this application. The DCOD is clear and the penalty is clear. The applicants have demolished an important 18th century historic building protected under the law, and the delay of a building permit should continue. Developers are watching this case carefully to see the result. One approached me just last week. They want to know if the ordinances will be enforced. After the fact permitting and waived penalties will not help us to preserve our precious heritage. It will only encourage more demolition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coulter, John. Moving down our list, I see a Patricia Pecknick. Ms. Pecknick, you have the floor.
Hi, Patricia Pecknick, 4 Dove Street. I ask that as you deliberate on what the cost to the owner should be for the destruction of this house, please consider that the destruction of any historic house in Newburyport is a form of economic harm to every homeowner in the city. So the market value of my house is predicated on its setting among a cohort of other historic houses. This dynamic is expressed in the DCOD ordinance, which says that, quote, "The preservation of the city's historic character is critical to the preservation of the city's land values." So each house that is subtracted from the streetscape subtracts a little more of that character and impacts the value of my property. As the leading expert on the economic impacts of historic preservation, Donovan Ripkema puts it in his Federal Advisory Council on Historic Preservation report, says, "Communities don't have economic vitality when houses can be built to merely look and seem historic. They have economic vitality when houses are historic." I appreciate that Mr. Mack mentioned the importance of investment in older homes. My historic house is really my only asset. I don't own a business. I put my hard-earned money into maintaining my house in a way that I truly hope contributes to the value of other houses in the city. And every time an historic house is demolished in violation of the ordinances written by the people of Newburyport through our democratic process, my house is worth a little bit less. So as you determine the delay costs to the owner, please know that as the owner of an historic house, I'm also paying a cost. And if you own a house in Newburyport, you're also paying a cost. We all end up paying a price for illegal demolition. So thank you for responding to this violation in a way that respects our individual investments in our property and our collective investment in the integrity of the city's laws. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Pecknick. I see and wish to recognize Ms. Stephanie Nikitich. Ms. Nikitich, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chiampity. This is Stephanie Nikitich, 93 High Street. I agree with the previous speakers, all of whom have made excellent points about why it's important that we do enforce our ordinance. You now have an application for the near total demolition and replacement of an 18th century house in the Newburyport Historic District. If this had been the request to you last spring, there would have been proper scrutiny under the DCOD permitting process. The Historical Commission could not have been misled about their purview over what is now a replacement building, as they feel they were. For any new permitting, the replacement building should be revisited. You also have a request to waive a 3-year construction moratorium. This is the public's deterrent to wrongful demolition under the DCOD and building demolition laws. Last March, the applicant applied only for permission to raise the roof. The NHC alone could have stopped this project for 12 months under the demolition delay bylaw. The zoning determination informed the applicant then that the house was historically significant and in the DCOD. He was aware there is an ordinance to prohibit the demolition of more than 25% of such a building's exterior walls, writing to both the NEC and you that the DCOD didn't apply because he did not intend to demolish any exterior walls. By that time, for more than 3 months, he had an exploratory demolition permit to discover structural issues. Whether he knew those issues when he convinced the NHC to not impose a 1-year delay on the roof or later, when he still could have returned for DCOD permitting, I don't know. But I believe, as other speakers have said, that the City Council included the construction moratorium in the DCOD for the public benefit, as the ordinance says, of protecting the city's heritage and land values from bad or even clueless actors. And this should be taken seriously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Nikotich. Anyone else wish to speak in support, in opposition, or simply speak in connection with the application? Stephanie, I see your hand is still up. Do you wish to speak further? Thank you. I see Mr. Wilcox. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Ciampetti. Blake Wilcox, 10 Harrison Street, direct abutter 212 Harrison Street. I do not envy the board's situation tonight. I guess one, just as a direct abutter, somebody who has kids that are right next to the house. My kids are out in my backyard all the time playing. I urge the board to take into consideration the safety standpoint of this. From where we stand visually, it's the neighborhood has spoken. I think my concern, honestly, is more of a safety concern. The wind comes up this street very, very hard. The building is not complete. I'm going to leave you with those comments that my primary concern is safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Attorney Mack, I see your hand, and you have the floor.
Sorry, I unmuted myself. Sorry. I'm not going to belabor the point. I would just submit that the ordinance is not rigid. As council, town council notes, the board is well within its authority to, to apply a reasonableness standard. I think the ordinance is being enforced. Whether the moratorium is lifted today, tomorrow, 3 months from now, 6 months from now, there's no requirement. If the intent was to, in every single circumstance, apply a 3-year moratorium, there wouldn't be a mechanism to come to this board and ask for a modification to that penalty. I understand the sentiment that historic properties have value, but I think we're thinking about this property as it existed in the 1800s and 1900s, when the record's pretty clear that this property was not in good shape. It was hurting property values as it existed when the Grays purchased it. Its historical features had been, Mr. Richards, I thought, gave a very fair assessment of the property, and that many of its features were changed. And I don't necessarily agree that putting money into a property like this and reconstructing an old property decreases value. I would quarrel with that. I think it's the opposite. This project was a project that was, from the beginning, designed to improve not just the quality of the construction and attractiveness of the property, but also to restore historical features. And I just think it would be, it really would be a shame in my view. And I'm the advocate here, but I've also been a member of a planning board for more than a dozen years. And, I think that a rigid application of this ordinance to impose a maximum penalty would just, I just don't think it's appropriate in these circumstances. On the legal issue, I would submit that this board, this situation it really presents the challenges of this ordinance, because it's certainly the ordinance, the penalty is there to account for the fact that something like this could happen. And I think the appropriate way to resolve this is to address it through the additional penalty language, and specifically giving the approval to proceed with the project under subsection 8 of the ordinance. I agree that there is some challenges with trying to issue a special permit when the criteria are difficult to apply. I think they still can be applied, and we requested it out of an abundance of caution. But I think the best approach here is to address the moratorium and decide what's the appropriate penalty. At some point down the road, whether it's my client now, 5 months from now, or some future owner years from now, the property's got to be built. If it's hard to apply the special permit standard now, it can never be applied then, because the conditions aren't going to change. I think the appropriate way is to lift the moratorium, and we would submit that the message has been received loud and clear by everyone, including most especially Mr. Gray. So I'll close with that.
Thank you, Attorney Mack. Anyone else wish to speak in support, in opposition, or in connection with this application? Anyone? Seeing no hands going once, going twice. I'm going to go ahead and close that portion of the public hearing and move to questions from the board. And this, of course, includes questions from the board of Attorney Mack, Mr. Gray, any of the others on behalf of the application that are present, as well as our city solicitor, Mr. Attorney Eichmann. We'll begin with Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Chairman Chimpetti. And I'll just broadly ask questions, and the applicant or council can decide who's the proper party to answer.
Actually, Ms. Moore, if you could, just to keep things sort of sharply tethered, would you mind if you could maybe direct them to one or the other, or one and the other, just so that
I will direct all my questions at council.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're welcome to direct them to whomever, but I just feel like it probably would.
Nope, that's fine. No, I understand. We want to be crisp with this. So the general question is, who actually was responsible for the demolition, for executing the demolition on the inside of the house? Who put, I guess, the hammer into the wall to start tearing things down?
That's probably a question for Attorney Gray versus.
Yes.
The homeowner? Yeah, that would be me.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, Mr. Gray, sorry.
So Mr. Gray.
Yep.
So you were responsible for the demolition. Are you responsible for the demolition and all the construction?
Yes.
Okay, and so your architectural firm provided the plans that you'll work off and do?
Yes.
Okay. So you originally did have to, or had to be made aware, and if you, I mean, do you do this for a living?
I do.
And have you worked on other historic homes in Newburyport?
I'm a plumbing and heating contractor.
Okay.
But we bought the house and we were granted a partial demo permit, pretty much essentially to try to see if the fireplace could be saved.
Right.
So we were granted a permit to demo the walls around the fireplace, and that was the extent of my demo permit.
Then you did have to, because you found the house was historic, you did have to apply DCOD.
There was nothing left of the house that you're calling historic and I wasn't aware of how much I should have made you guys aware of what I was dealing with.
But I appreciate that with the pictures of the gutted house after the fact. I'm just trying
No,
to
no,
get
no, no.
down
I'm
how
even
it went
talking
in.
before the house, before when I submitted the pictures of the existing house way back when to show the condition. The house on the exterior was worse on the inside.
Understood. Yeah, I did. I mean, I had to check the property out originally, and it certainly needed someone to step in and
I assumed
do
that
it.
the post and beam structure was going to be sound enough to support the new construction. And when I was finally granted the permit for the full construction, the full demos, full construction set, and we demoed the rest of the house, is when I realized that a lot of the post and beam was gone already, and what was there remaining was rotted.
And that's when you decided to replace it, and then thought,
Yes.
okay, without thinking to check back.
Yes.
Had the architect been involved while you were doing this?
I didn't bother to bring him in at that point, when it was pretty much just
You just
on
assumed
my
you were
own.
doing exploratory interior demolition to check things out.
Well, yeah, I have had hired some construction guys to come in with me and do the demo.
Okay. That's all I have right now.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, and thank you, Mr. Gray. Moving on, Mr. Delisle, still in questions from the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to continue speaking to Mr. Gray. The crew of guys that you brought in to help with the demolition, were any of those guys experienced in working in old homes, restoring old homes specifically, as opposed
No.
to just guys who were construction guys?
No, I was the lead contractor.
Okay. And did you bring in anybody to look at the condition of the beams before you decided to take them down?
I did. I brought in the structural engineer, Dan Webb.
Okay, but he's a structural engineer. Did you bring in anybody that was sort of experienced in that sort of?
I brought in R.W. Haworth, who's a post and beam builder. He actually built a home for me in Bethlehem, New Hampshire, and he built the post and beam garage that's there on site now.
Yeah, I saw him doing that. He looked like he did a nice job.
He did.
So did he look at this before things were destroyed?
When I realized the condition of the exterior framing and the post and beam, what was left of it, I brought him in to see if it could be saved.
Okay. And what was his?
He said it couldn't be saved. Unfortunately, because there was on the wall, there was the first floor post and beam was pretty much the only thing that was left. And the north wall that faces the water was rotted. So in order to do that, I would have had to have replaced those beams. I would have taken down the exterior walls and exposed those timbers and replaced those timbers. And I would have had to stop then too, to get special permission for that alone.
Yeah, that was my next question. Did you ever consider any sort of in-kind replacement with new timbers to try to preserve the timber frame structure itself, as opposed to just
the second floor was already gone from the previous additions that were put on the house. I didn't see the point at that point because I wasn't dealing with the house as a whole of what was existing.
So, okay, let's explore that a little bit. So when you opened up the walls on the second floor, it was just stick built?
Yes, a lot of it was stick built. There are some pictures that were presented. I'm not sure in Dave Mack's exhibit, one of the exhibits that shows some of the existing framing that was left.
Yeah, I saw that. Now it makes more sense to me. I didn't quite understand that when I was looking at it.
No, if you pull those pictures up, you can clearly see what's been replaced, which is most of the exterior walls.
Okay. What do you think the penalty should be?
I think my kids would probably say that that's enough penalty.
Well, what do you think as a grown-up?
As a grown-up, I think I've suffered quite a bit already. I mean, we're not dealing with standard times. I mean, if we're going to get into this part of a discussion, you know, we've got a worldwide pandemic. My kids are bouncing back and forth from school. I'm in a 2-bedroom apartment. I'm paying for rent. I'm paying a mortgage. I'm paying insurance. I'm paying a lawyer. I don't know what more you guys want from me. I wasn't dealing with an authentic historic home. I thought I was doing the house a service by buying this and restoring it or bringing it back. Even if it is a replica, it's still my contribution to why we moved into this town or city to begin with.
Yeah, I understand that. All right, thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Delisle, and thank you again, Mr. Gray. Moving along, Ms. Webb, questions from the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. And Mr. Swanton.
Yeah, I guess my situation is, I think we heard from a lot of the abutters last week and again today, one of them. And also then we heard from a lot of other folks today on the other side of the issue. And I'd kind of like to get to talking about trying to come up with a solution that's not so horrible on the neighborhood and on this building as a 3-year moratorium. I'd like to try to figure out what is an appropriate penalty, because I don't think that is one. So I would like to get into the conversation of what are some of the alternatives that might be a more appropriate penalty. I think time served of 4 months. I think I heard that a moment ago. I don't think that really upholds the city's bylaw. So I think I'm going to hold my comments for our deliberation when I think we should be discussing what are some of the other things, because I don't think the two extremes here are where we need to be. I think we need to be somewhere in the middle. I think the city's, as it's already been pointed out, the DOCD talks about it. The reason it's there is to preserve these historic assets that are critical to our land values. And you can say, well, maybe they're not. Maybe a new house would be more so, but that's not what the law says. The law says they're critical to the land values. That's what we're up here to uphold, this bylaw, to prevent a building from being demolished. So, you know, I don't have any other questions. I would like to get on to where do we go from here? What's the best solution rather than keeping this blue house on this block for the next 3 years? I do not think that's the right solution. So I'd like to yield my time until we get to the, I guess, do we do that during deliberations or should we be talking now about what are some alternatives?
Let's just put a pin in that for the moment, Mr. Swanton, and deal with that in deliberation. So if we could just defer to the deliberation section, we'll have greater flexibility and freedom to discuss it. For now, we'll just continue with specific questions that will help inform our deliberations.
Okay.
Did you have any other questions?
No, I would like to get on to where do we go from here?
Very good. I too have no further questions, having heard the questions and responses thus far from my colleagues. So I will close.
Mr. Chair, I have one follow-up as Mr. Moore. One follow-up for Mr. Gray. In responding to one of my colleagues' question, you said you were on the second floor, you dove in. I just have a question on when you said that you weren't dealing with the historic house that you thought it was. Is that what you said when you were really diving into the structure?
No, that comment about the historic house was that everybody's presenting this house as if it was built, as if it was before all the additions were done.
Right.
What you heard was me saying that this was not that house. This was, as bad as it looked on the outside, it was far worse on the inside.
Okay, I in my mind, I thought you had said that when you were diving into the second floor, you realized it was even worse than you thought, and it wasn't the house that even you thought it was. So that maybe the question's moot now, so we'll just move on.
Very
So
good.
that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Any other members of the ZBA wish to be heard in questions from the board in follow-up to any questions you may have asked? Show of hands.
Yeah, I have one. This is Ken Swanton. I have one follow-up question. You know, my question for the applicant is, I just went to Zillow and just flipped through the pictures for when this house was for sale when you bought it. And it doesn't look like a horrible house. It looks like an awful lot of the other houses for sale in Newburyport. It looks pretty nice inside. The downstairs, upstairs. I somehow we have this impression that the house was a basket case. And what am I missing?
It was a basket. It's 60 home buyers went through this at the market at its peak, before COVID, and you couldn't get a house in Newburyport unless you were willing to shell out the money. I was the only buyer. You've had testimony from my previous, from the neighbors on my street that wanted to buy it, and they said that they weren't going to buy it because it was too much of an undertaking.
Okay, well, I'm just surprised because the pictures look pretty good, but maybe all real estate pictures look like that. I don't know. But okay, I'm ready. Let's go on to deliberations.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. I don't want to exclude, though, not voting. I certainly want to include our associate members' thoughts in the deliberations. Mr. Shannon, do you have any questions?
I don't, Chair, but thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Shannon. All right.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask a question, just a follow-up question of Attorney Eichmann?
Absolutely.
Attorney Eichmann, just so we're clear with regard to our deliberation, can you just reiterate, and I think you did this before, and I'm sorry if I didn't get it at the time. Could you reiterate the sort of the elements for the written approval finding?
Mr. Chairman, through you, I can address that.
Of course.
It's not surprising, perhaps, that it didn't stick, because I think what we've discussed is that the ordinance does not provide specific criteria for making that written approval finding. My suggestion was that it is in the ordinance. It's an allowable finding when you don't have specific criteria. The next place you look for criteria are the purposes of the particular ordinance in question and how to facilitate those purposes. That's what you have. I think that's what you have, and that's what you have to look at.
Okay, I do remember you saying that earlier now. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you for reiterating that.
You're welcome.
And just so that I'm clear, that's the quote unquote, the standard that we default to would be something akin to looking to the board would look to the purpose and spirit of the ordinance in the absence of some affirmative criteria to govern a finding. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say, correct.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Eichmann. Anything, Mr. Delisle, anything further?
No, thank you, sir.
Any other members of the ZBA, anything further during questions from the board? Seeing no hands, I will move, we'll close that portion of the public hearing and go into deliberations. And we'll start with Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know where to start. I'm thinking that it's going to be very difficult to do the DCOD special permit after the fact. Just too much has happened to the structure. We've been advised that even the Historic Commission can't say anything further on it because it doesn't exist as it would have had they given a real opinion. So it's, we're dealing with what has happened as is. I don't know how you go back and say what would have happened if we hadn't, all these changes hadn't been made already. So from questioning it, to me, it appears that the applicant did not take care to pay attention to the fact that he was working on historic house and maybe just made some assumptions given what he saw with his eyes that it didn't merit going back anyway, because it was what he saw was so damaged it couldn't have been repaired. So you know, on the one hand, I can say when you're demoing something to look at it and everything you see looks pretty nasty, you just make the assumption that you have to replace it. You still have to know that you need to go back and double check that. And I think that's already been acknowledged, so we're not gonna belabor that. I think what also came out was that this house in the 80s, it seems like for all intents and purposes, was changed in ways that would not have been approved now. And even looking at some of the bared framing in the presentation where changes had already been made, I can't believe those were historically correct. So I'm just not sure how intact the structure was from the interior framing point of view either. So I'm having a hard time going any of the DCOD special permit criteria and coming up with a way to do that after the fact. And I think most of the discussion, or at least for myself, most of the discussion is going to be determined or is going to be focused on, you know, what's the best outcome for the applicant, for the neighborhood, for the city with respect to proper enforcement of a zoning ordinance that was not adhered to. So that's where I'll end there and just listening to the rest.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. And I think in the spirit of probably the best way for us to proceed in a thoughtful way is to go through certainly, I guess, go through a first pass of all of the members with initial thoughts, deliberations, and perhaps questions by between each other. And then we can circle back and kind of dig in more deeply in things that need to be unpacked and fleshed out as we try to toil with, you know, honestly, a very difficult and I think meaningful and important set of decisions that we're being asked to make. So I think to Mr. Moore's point, as we go through, don't feel like, you know, everything you need to say, you need to get out in this pass. I think that the right way to do this, at the risk of taking a little extra time, is to take a few shaves at it. So Mr. Delisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would concur with what Mr. Moore said, that I think with respect to the DCOD special permit, it's going to be really tough to make the necessary findings that this board is charged with making. We have to make findings based upon substantial evidence in the record that the historic building retains no substantial remaining market value or reasonable use. And I don't know how we do that based on what we're left with. And maybe it would have been, as Mr. Moore said, because of the way things were at one time, maybe we could have done that, but I don't know that we can now. And we also have the peer review issue. And I don't know how we would do that either. So I'm a little bit at a loss here as to how we can reconcile, you know, what is certainly a difficult situation for the abutters, the applicant, and the community overall. So I think, you know, with that, I think I will also, you know, reserve my time for the second pass, so to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Delisle. If I could interject for just a moment as well, I think it might be valuable as I'm kind of hearing the evolution of this as we guide our deliberations. We should look at this in a sort of a bifurcated, you know, a two-pronged way. If we are having trouble toiling with the notion of how do we imagine the past, how do we imagine an analysis that could only happen with a time machine in the past, here in the present, which is the special permit for a DCOD, we've heard the phrase post facto or after the fact. It seems as though in the app, in contemplating that, we would have to, in my opinion, and I share this for everyone's comment, in trying to figure out what do we focus in on. In order for us to grapple with that, we have to first dispel the requirements that go with that of peer review, of vetting, analysis, and alternatives, and none of that, and advisory input from the Historic Commission and deliberations around all of that before it actually happened. I think it becomes, almost an exercise in intellectual, I don't know, like it's intellectually disingenuous for us to try to successfully reconcile that, I think, and I'm interested in your feedback on this, because we can't go back in time. So what we're left with as a board, if we're inclined, is to either try to proceed with those inherent defects that are incurable, without changing the timing, or we consider what was secondary in the applicant's request, which was a request for a written opinion, a written approval with respect to exercising discretion on the imposition of a penalty. So we kind of have two courses of action that we could explore and go down, and so I'd be interested to hear from the board whether they're inclined to continue to try to grapple with how we would deal with a special permit under the DCOD, or whether we should dispense with that, deem it as not something we can successfully or credibly do, and instead try to grapple with the rest of the request, which is what, if any, flexibility is this board interested in applying, again, if any, to the penalty of the 3-year moratorium. What are everyone's thoughts on that? Because I have the same trouble, with the DCOD permit. And Mr. Delisle, maybe we circle back to you on that before we press on.
Yeah, sure. So I think that with respect to the request for the written finding, we do have discretion, as we're told by Attorney Eichmann, under E8. But in looking, when we look back at the purpose of the statute, the purposes, we sort of see these things that are, I think they're also sort of hard to grapple with, and were raised by the members of the Newburyport Preservation Trust when it is the purposes of this ordinance that we are looking at, architectural, economic, and cultural character of the buildings, structures, and lots, both individually as a group, that are located in historic residential neighborhoods. So that gets us back to the question, I think, of when we build a stick-framed replacement for a timber-framed 18th century structure, what are we doing? And certainly Mr. Gray's comments are not lost on me, where he indicated that the timber frame itself was in tough condition, and he had a timber frame expert look at that and corroborate that, and his testimony that the second floor was largely stick framed already. So that makes it a difficult call, I think, for us as a board, but we are guided by the purposes which really require that we think about the buildings, the structures, the lots individually as a group, located in the historic and residential neighborhoods. So I think that we have to be guided by that as we grapple with this request for the written finding as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Delisle. Ms. Webb?
Thank you, Chair Champetti. I think first I want to say that I have no conflict of interest with the person who's with Web Structural Services, Inc., just to put that in the record. And then secondly, I'd like to say that I think we're really challenged as a board to evaluate and come to conclusion on the DCOD special permit. To speak to the latter of the two bifurcated scenarios, Mr. Champetti, that you had articulated earlier, I think I would go with the latter of the two. That I think it's really hard, as you say, to kind of go back in time and say, well, if things had gone differently, the outcome would be different. Obviously, that's true. I also want to say that, and this might be kind of surprising to some, but I wonder if, in fact, the zoning board actually has standing on which to comment on the demolition of interior framing of a building. I just, I'm kind of at a loss as to why we're discussing this in such great detail. It's really more the purview of the Historic Commission. I am a former chair of the Newburyport Historic Commission. And I think, you know, we used to always kind of look at what's visible from the public way and not really get into the interior details, especially where they don't affect the exterior and what you can see from the street. So that's my personal opinion. I would like to try to move this application forward. I think the applicant has served a significant penalty over these several months. And I take issue with the Preservation Trust language in referring to the demolition of the building. There is still a building standing. The building has not been demolished. Some parts of the interior have been removed, but there's still a building standing there. So I think it would behoove the community, you know, if we could move this project forward. And that's my opinion.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. And to just press pause for a moment, Attorney Eichmann, could you address for us, Ms. Webb raised a question and we might as well just flesh that out for a moment. Ms. Webb posed the question whether or not the board has the authority to opine and decide on interior, you know, the interior elements. And I think maybe just for a point of clarification, though, I have my own opinion on it. I'd like to hear what you have to say.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would just point to the definition of demolition of a building or structure for the board's authority in this regard. It talks about demolition of external walls of a building or structure. And certainly I don't think it's far to say that the external walls contain the framing. So the fact that the framing comes out, that could reasonably be construed as demolition of an external wall and therefore generate an application of the ordinance if it's greater than 25%. However, of course, there's also the question of, you know, given that the demolition was of a feature that's not visible, the question is what is the, you know, the actual effect of that demolition under the ordinance and how should that be treated? And that's obviously what the board is wrestling with here. But ultimately, I do think if it's determined that more than 25% of an exterior wall was demolished, I think the board does have authority to look at that question.
Thank you, Attorney Eichmann. And I mean, is it fair to say, and I'm just going to dovetail on this, I mean, if not the framing, what then would be an exterior wall? The siding, right?
Correct, yes.
So is it fair for us to treat framing as the intent and meaning of the exterior wall in the absence of anything else over which we would have authority?
Well, I think so. You also notice that definition also indicates that replacement of siding alone is not demolition of an external wall. So I think you pretty quickly get to the conclusion that framing is, in fact, a constituent part of an external wall.
Right. I think that I agree with that. And I was curious whether you did as well. Okay, great. Moving on, Mr. Swanton.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I agree, Rob, with your earlier question about should we be focused on the second part here? And I think we should, which is whether this 3-year moratorium is the right solution. In my opinion, we need to come up with a different avenue here, because the 3-year moratorium, leaving this building with a blue bag on it, as a butter pointed out, is dangerous for the neighborhood, on top of being unsightly. And it's not good for the building either. So it's really not the right solution. And what I think needs to happen here is an alternative penalty needs to exist. There needs to be a penalty, because we cannot send the signal to all the developers who are watching Newburyport and what happens here that, gee, there's a way to demolish a building and replace it with a new one. It's much easier to build a new building. And there needs to be a penalty to enforce the loss to avoid this in the future. But I think the penalty should not be this 3-year moratorium. So I would like to throw out a suggested alternative penalty. In fact, 2 of them. One has to do with the building, which is, I think the owner made the comment he wanted to bring it back. Well, why not bring it back with the right roof line, for example, not raise the roof by 1.5 feet, not put a roof deck on it. That's hardly an historic feature. And I realize that's not what the applicant wanted to do, but there needs to be a penalty. And if the penalty is, well, this historic building was destroyed much more than it should have been, so part of the penalty is to not have a roof deck and have it be more of an historic looking building, then, and this picture here also shows the kind of the pulled up roof and the roof deck in the back. The other piece of the penalty I think we should throw out here, instead of a 3-year moratorium and leaving this building in a bag, is just it's a time penalty, but a penalty on occupancy, not on finishing the building. Go ahead and button up the outside, finish it up, even do the inside if you want, but there should be a delay on when you can occupy. There needs to be a penalty here for violating the law so that this doesn't happen again and again. Not that you plan on building other buildings than this particular applicant, but the signal it sends to the entire development community that's very focused on Newburyport. And so that's what I think we should be talking about. I don't know if it's appropriate here to look at alternatives other than a 3-year moratorium, but I don't think a 3-year moratorium is right for the neighborhood, safe for the neighborhood, or good for the building. So I'm throwing out an alternative of bringing the roof back to more what it was in the real estate photos I looked at here of not too long ago, and also having a time delay on occupancy. And I'm not sure what the right time delay is on occupancy. It's tough in a Zoom call with 40 people to talk through these things. I'd like to see the board think about this, an alternative penalty, like to the building roof and to a delay in occupancy, and take another little delay here and give the abutter, the applicant, a chance to think about what penalty they can best live with. Perhaps give the planning department a chance to work with them and have them come back to us and say, all right, rather than a 3-year delay, how about this? And then we can actually decide something. Here's a shot of what it was. And there's where the roof line used to be, and there was no roof deck on the back. So put it back there as part of your penalty, and also delay your occupancy as another part. And I know it's not nice, but it's I think a lot less onerous than having a bag on the building for 3 years and not being able to do anything. Anyway, that's my thought.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Swanton. Attorney Eichmann, with respect to Mr. Swanton's proposal, I want to ask the 2 questions. Is it within the authority and purview of the ZBA to consider an alternative that Mr. Swanton raised of lifting the moratorium as to a building permit, but preserving a moratorium as to the issuance of a use and occupancy certificate. That's question one. Question two is if the board were so inclined, could the board, if the board were to consider some penalty that included revision or restoration or rollback, we'll say, of roof line relief that was originally granted, if in considering that, must the board essentially do so only through the mechanism of the special permit under the DCOD? That appears to me to be the only method and legal mechanism by which we could make that sort of that sort of equity choice. Am I fair to? Is that fair to say?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Taking those questions in reverse, I think you can do add conditions to an approval under Section 8 or subsection 8 of this. I don't think it precludes that kind of action. I don't think it requires you to go back to the issuance of a DCOD special permit. I definitely think that consideration could be had under that particular that finding. With regard to the first question, I think, the floor here is generally open to alternative penalties. The caution would be that the penalties, so-called, and or the conditions should be as much as possible directed to addressing the harm that was created. If that's mitigation, if that's a penalty, if it's a combination of those two things, I think all those things are open. The issue of whether the board could demand the building be redesigned to make it more historical, I think is in theory open. I guess my concern would be, is that a penalty or is that addressing the harm that was caused by the removal of the timbers without permission? I would just say that from a legal perspective, a condition that's directed at the harm is going to be easier to support than one that seems basically imposed as a penalty and not directed specifically to that harm.
All right. So if I'm understanding it, it's a focus toward the curative versus the punitive.
I think that's yes, I think that's a better ground to support a decision. I agree that the bylaw has a penalty provision. I agree that the board could assess a penalty. I think it's provided for, as long as that penalty, again, is, appropriate and proportionate to the violation.
Okay. I appreciate your input. Mr. Swanton had raised kind of a dynamic proposal of a combination proposal, but I just wanted to vet that with you.
Yeah, could I ask you just a follow-up question of the attorney?
Please.
I hear you saying that it'd be good if whatever the penalty is directed at the harm, but I don't quite see how it's not building for 3 years is directed at the harm. I mean, how is delaying occupancy not directed at the harm, but delaying construction is directed at the harm? I don't quite follow that.
Again, through you, Mr. Chairman, I don't think I meant that exactly the way you restated it there. I'm not certain that reconstruction necessarily is directed to harm. It depends on what that condition talks about with respect to reconstruction. Likewise, I don't think a penalty necessarily is not directed to the harm because, as I pointed out, it is a provision of the ordinance that there should be a penalty for inappropriate demolition. And I think the obvious reason for that is zoning ordinances and bylaws don't typically provide for penalties. They're not really penal bylaws. They're generally compliance bylaws. But with the case of historic structures, of course, if there's been a demolition, it's very difficult, obviously, to bring that back to assure compliance. So a penalty makes sense in terms of acting as a deterrent. So I think, again, there's a proportionality is something the board can look at with respect to the structure and the penalty. I think the penalty can be imposed here with respect to what this violation is, but I apologize, I can't be more specific about that. I think it really is a fact-specific finding as the board is wrestling with the things that it's heard now.
Okay. Anything further, Mr. Swanton of Attorney Ackman?
No, I'll just throw that out there and say, I mean, it's just, I'm just looking for a way to move forward in a way that tries to address the abutters and also provides a deterrence for this happening to the city's bylaw. So that's just one idea to throw out. Maybe other people have some other suggested alternatives.
Okay, we're gonna go take another pass around real quick now to elicit, further refinement of these deliberations. And my apologies in advance, but also my gratitude to all of the attendees for your patience. It's a difficult and tedious but important undertaking, so we just need to take the time to address it. So I apologize for the extra time as we go through this. Mr. Moore, just to circle back to you on these deliberations, anything further that you wish to share?
Before I do that, did you want to ask Mr. Shannon for an opinion, or did you already do that? I've forgotten already. So,
Ask
Mr. Chagnon, if you had a comment, question, the first go around.
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you, Mr. Shannon. I apologize. I didn't mean to skip over you.
Larry, I guess just my thoughts, Mr. Chairman, if I were to get in your time machine, borrow it for a second. I think the community as a whole wants this house to be repaired, restored, rebuilt, whatever you want to call it. So if we go forward 3 years from now, I think we want Mr. Gray to get this house done. And I think the original permit we gave them, we want it to look like that. So I think it's incumbent upon us to find a way to get to that point. I think the 3-year moratorium is extremely punitive. I would vote that we pick something less harsh. If it's not time served, maybe it's time served plus a few months. I think even a year is extremely punitive. I understand that we want teeth in these laws, but I don't get the impression that the builder, the owner, did this to be harmful. If the house was as bad as the owner seems to say, and I do believe him, and the engineer and the post and beam people, I'm guessing that if he went back to the historical commission or the planning board, he would have been given permission to continue his work using a stick-built house, which is where we are today. So I don't have a problem with reducing the penalty and allowing the construction to continue. I think it's in everyone's interest, the neighbors, obviously the owner, and the community as a whole. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
I'll just throw this, and thank you, Mr. Shannon. I'll just throw this out here before we circle back to Mr. Moore. The question that I can't help but ask myself, and I'll ask it out loud, is, while we endeavor to serve the interests of the owner, the abutters, the neighborhood, and the sort of amorphous notion of the city as a whole, are we omitting and forgetting the spirit and and historic integrity? Is that an entity that is a constituent, that is a stakeholder in this? And I think that we've heard very clearly from folks like Linda Miller and Judy Timon and Mr. Coulter John and Ms. Pecknick and others, that there is, while maybe not as palpable and maybe not able to raise their hand, so to speak, that there is a stakeholder here that we should feather into and fold into the balance of our deliberations, and that's the architectural integrity, the permitting integrity of our ordinance and the architectural heritage that it seeks to, we would think, try to insulate. So I think we should consider that as well, and that's just my piece of the deliberations as we kind of go along. And I want to circle back to Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I echo the comment you just said. None of our deliberations should forget that what the intent of the ordinance was, and that there was something of historical value in this house, despite all the changes that were made. And I think we've all agreed on that. Part of the DCOD, in 28B says, and I think it was mentioned earlier, a long time ago now, that part of the requirements are to promote the health, safety, convenience, and general welfare of the inhabitants in the city of Newburyport, et cetera. So it really is a holistic way to look at this. Yes, there were some historical features to this house, but it seems that many of them had already been destroyed. We'll never know that. That's the bigger issue that we're grappling with. And I do agree that there has to be some penalties for just deciding without the expertise to do so, that it's okay to just continue on. So we've talked about this a lot, so I'll just move on. I'll just stop there.
Let me take a moment and poll the board with respect to who and whether the board as a whole are inclined to want to consider either the notion of imposing the full weight of the moratorium, or whether the board as a whole and individually wish to try to grapple with trying to structure something other than that. And maybe just respond by letting me know, what camp you're in, just so we can sort of try to fine tune and refine our deliberations toward a conclusion, if there's one to be had. Mr. Moore, are you inclined to want to deliberate toward an alternative or toward the imposition of the moratorium?
I'll make it easy. I'm for some compromise.
Okay. And maybe that's a better way to phrase it. Is it a compromise less than the full penalty? Mr. Delisle?
I would agree with Mr. Moore that I'm also for some compromise, but I do agree with your statement, Mr. Chairman, that the historic fabric, so to speak, is also a stakeholder, and we need to make certain that we do live up to this bylaw or this ordinance that was enacted by our city council for this very purpose. So I am for some compromise, but I think we need to make sure that we do have a penalty. I don't think time served is going to do it. So that's where I am on that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Delisle. Ms. Webb?
I'm for compromise. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Swanton?
Yeah, Ms. Webb spoke so quickly, it's hard to unmute my mic. Yeah, I'm for a compromise too. I hate the word compromise. I mean, I would not vote for a 3-year moratorium because I don't think the building should be left this way. But I also would not vote to just lift it for time served. So I think there needs to be a penalty, as I said earlier. So I'm in that camp.
Mr. Chan, thank you, Mr. Swanton. Mr. Channer?
Yes, compromise. As I stated previously, more minimal than the 3 years of time served plus a few months. That's what
I'm going to just pose this question to help further sharpen our deliberation. Is there any member of the ZBA who supports the imposition of the full three-year moratorium as a penalty under the ordinance? Any show of hands? Mr. Moore?
No.
Mr. Delisle?
I do not.
Ms. Webb?
No.
Mr. Swanton?
No, assuming we have some other harsh penalty.
Thank you. And Mr. Channon?
Oh.
I'd have to say I'm hesitant and reluctant to boil it down that way, but I also have to run this through the lens of humanizing the ordinance. I feel like I feel like I share the sentiment of what sounds like the rest of the board, that if it were simply the imposition of a robotic penalty, we wouldn't need a zoning board of appeals. There would just be you push one button, demolish, as has happened here, and it spits out a penalty. I think that the purpose and intent is for us to do what we're doing, which is to grapple with and tangle with very real, very human, very intellectually challenging and difficult topics like this, and trying to figure out what the right thing to do is under the circumstances. So, all right. So we know that as a board, doesn't seem that there is certainly there doesn't appear to be any member who wishes to pursue the imposition of the full 3 years. So, so as we deliberate, we should remove that and talk about, if that's not to be done, then what? Shall we move to a motion and craft it that way, or do we want to deliberate further and see what the consensus is? Does anyone want to take a shot at this? Mr. Moore.
I knew you were going to do that. Off the top of my head, after looking at what a delay would have been, a demo delay would have been if changes weren't approved, had it gone through the process the first time and been discussed that there was going to be demolition of more than 25%, there may have been a year delay on demo. So I lean more towards that, I guess, if it's the best I can do.
1 year delay. Okay. A 1 year delay inclusive of the delay so far, or 1 year delay?
One year delay inclusive of the time, and may have a condition on the construction of the roof deck.
Okay. So what I'm hearing, members of the board, is that Mr. Moore's beginning sort of the crafting of something that he believes may be balanced and certainly attending to the duty that I think we all have to not allow this to go unrecognized under the ordinance. But at the same time, it seems like the board is not inclined to impose the full 3 years, but not inclined to allow it to be, as we've quoted it, time served. So it looks like it consists of something like a year, with the inclusion of a rollback of the roofline changes that were originally approved, which included a deck. Is that? Am I putting words in your mouth, Mr. Moore?
Yeah, I'm not so concerned with the roof line as I am the deck. That was kind of a point of contention for both committees.
So the removal, the rollback of the approval of a roof deck.
Correct.
I'm going to pause for just a second. Attorney Eichmann, as you hear us sort of evolve this difficult task of these deliberations, are we? Is this still remain, in your opinion, within our purview and within our our authority?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, based on my prior comments, I think you're still within your purview.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Attorney Eichmann. All right. So coming back to Mr. Moore's initial framework of a proposal, Mr. Delisle, anything you wish to add, comment, detract from that?
I think that one concern that I sort of clicked into me as I look at this picture on the screen is, how does this house with a baggie on it winter over? Does that do more damage to it wintering over with a baggie on top? And that sort of makes me think a little bit if the penalty shouldn't go in the direction of the occupancy delay that Mr. Swanson brought up. And I didn't get the complete sense that Attorney Eichmann was opposed to that. And maybe if he could, through the chair, just comment on whether that is something that is beyond the purview of the board.
Attorney Eichmann, I think you may have commented on this, but maybe you can just clarify or restate it. Is it within the purview of the board and within our authority that we kind of bifurcate the penalty, as it were, and make it and apply it to issuance of a certificate of occupancy and not the issuance of a building permit, and allow the building to proceed, but delay the occupancy. Is that, though cumbersome, is that something we could do?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think that's within your purview. I mean, I wouldn't phrase it as issuance of a certificate of occupancy. I would say that the board would prevent or prohibit occupancy. Certificate of occupancy is the building code issuance, but just prohibit occupancy.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Attorney Eichmann. So, Mr. Delisle, so that seems to answer the question as I see it, and tell me if you disagree. But it sounds as though we could do that. But the one thing I would caution is that in doing that, right? I mean, we are effectively changing the impact of the imposition of a delay penalty, because it would take 8 months or at least 6 months or maybe less to complete the building anyway. So does that serve to eviscerate the intent of the board's imposition of a penalty of, at least in the proposal of Mr. Moore, a year? If we say you can get underway, but you can't occupy it for a year with this credit for time served, that's really 8 months. So is there really any penalty at all? You know, that's something we should be very mindful of.
Well, I would suggest that the penalty be something, and I'm not saying that this is the duration, but whatever it would begin after the construction period. So you would have your construction period, which you're allowed to do, and then you'd have a penalty.
So
because the penalty.
Okay, sorry.
The penalty needs to have some bite, and obviously I agree with you, Mr. Chairman, that if they ran concurrently, that would be no penalty at all, and that's not what I'm proposing. I'm proposing a real penalty, but one that doesn't continue to affect the neighbors, and one that will not result in a worsening of the situation in the structure.
If structuring a penalty that doesn't begin to toll until completion of the construction, does that not also have the impact of incentivizing the owner to complete it more quickly?
Sure.
Okay, so would you mind, Mr. Delisle, since we're on you, would you take a pass at maybe refining what we're talking about, and we'll see if we can further refine this toward a proposal for a motion.
Yes. So I would suppose the comments that Mr. Moore made with respect to the roof deck, a condition that there be no roof deck, and in addition, the occupancy would be delayed for some period of time after the construction is substantially completed, or whatever term would be appropriate in this context. And the time period could be a year from that date. So you get your build out time where you're obviously not going to be in the space as a resident, and then you have the penalty after it's done of a year.
With credit for the time, so as we say, served, so to speak. Is that what we're talking about, or is it a full...
We're not talking about that just yet.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
This is Mr. Mack here.
Oh, thank you.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I was hoping, I had a proposal that I thought the board might be interested in. I'm looking at the ordinance, and I look at the penalty section, and it says in addition to any penalties under applicable law. I'm not sure, at least under this provision, whether occupancy delays or removal of roof decks is appropriate, but we would be willing to agree to something like that if it helps fashion an appropriate remedy, which would be, we get to start the construction immediately. We would agree to the elimination of a roof deck, and we would also agree to a 6-month delay in occupancy once the project is completed. I'm not sure, as I sit here and listen to it, and I can't help put my lawyer hat on, whether the other, the other conditions would be appropriate under the penalty section, but I think it's certainly something, if the applicant were to agree to, we could avoid that issue. And I think that at the end of the day, if we construct the project, it would remove the issue of, you know, the concern for the way it looks now and the safety and the weather damage, and also impose the penalty on the tail end, and would also give something that the Historic Commission didn't really want at the outset, which was the roof deck. So I hate to interrupt. It's been a long night already, but I thought that would be something the board might be interested in digesting. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Attorney Mack. And so to understand what you're proposing, if the applicant were to agree to the removal of the roof deck, it nullifies any potential appeal of the board's action to seek to do that. Is that fair to say?
Correct. So the moratorium would be lifted with the proviso that the roof deck would be eliminated, and there'd be a 6-month delay in occupancy once the project is completed. And just to make sure that since I'm not in the same room and I can't look to Mike Gray for approval, but I believe that's consistent with what we've been exchanging on text.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Attorney Mack. So Mr. Moore, Mr. Delisle, and Ms. Webb, I'll get to you in just a moment, but Mr. Moore, Mr. Delisle, what Attorney Mack is proposing, I just want to get your thoughts on. It would be the consent of the applicant to remove the roof deck and getting construction underway so as to secure the building through the winter and remediate the blight and other risks that we heard from, or the other concerns of at least some of the immediate abutters, but the imposition of a 6-month penalty. And if we were to impose a year with the 4 months time served, that would leave 8 months. So this is really 6 months. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm not totally against that. I think clearly getting the project underway and for the safety and of the neighborhood and the structure itself through winter, as my colleague mentioned, is certainly desirable. So with the roof deck gone, which was a bone of contention for both boards, that's a big check mark. Project's gonna take some time to complete. And then with a 6 months moratorium on the top of that, I think it kind of aligns with what I kind of set off the cuff to start. So
Okay.
I'm more amenable to that.
Mr. Delisle?
Yeah, I think that that's a good start. I mean, maybe it is the year minus the 4 months, yielding 8 months. Maybe that's what the duration is. But I think we should allow the other members to chime in on this before Mr. Moore and I fashion the remedy.
No, I agree. But I mean, I want them to be able to chime in on something. We have to fashion something, to start. And I appreciate your and Mr. Moore's indulgence and Ms. Webb and Mr. Swanton and Shannon's patience, I suppose. But we're definitely I want to hear what they have to say. Attorney Eichmann, just one quick question. If we were to impose the full penalty of 3 years, just hypothetically, we would be obligated to credit the applicant for the time that they have been under a stop work order, correct?
Mr. Chairman, I have not considered that question. I'm reading the ordinance now. I think that's a reasonable interpretation of it. It doesn't really give much detail. It simply says shall not be issued for a period of 3 years with respect to premises at which a structure has been intentionally demolished. So the marker point for intentionally demolished would seem to be at least the issuance of a cease and desist, although it could potentially go back prior to that time. But I think that's a reasonable point to use.
Okay. I just want to be able to compare apples to apples as we sort of step through this, and I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Webb, your thoughts on what's been refined so far?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before Attorney Mack proposed his compromise of 6 months, in fact, that is what I was going to suggest after hearing Mr. Delisle say 1 year. So I support the idea of deleting the roof deck and crediting the time served, so to speak, and starting the clock from the stop work order. So they get to work on the house and get it buttoned up as quickly as they can with the impending weather, and the neighborhood wins because the project gets done. But then they have a 6-month period after the point at which the property's done until when they can move in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. Mr. Swanton.
Yeah, I like the general direction in terms of thinking about the roof deck and a delay in occupancy. I kind of threw that out a while back, and I like that we're kind of looking down that path. I have two concerns. One is it's kind of squishy, this 6 months. 6 months from when? I mean, I'd feel much more comfortable if we were talking about a date here. That building had a good head of steam up when it was stopped in August. My guess is it would have been done in June if we hadn't stopped it. And so what are we really talking about here? Under the proposal that's on the table, instead of June of 2021, them moving in, when are they likely to move in? Is it only going to be 6 months from then, or when's it going to be? What is the real penalty here?
I think the interpretation would be that it's 6 months measured from the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, which, to Attorney Eichmann's point, is a referendum on the compliance with the building code. So that has, and
that's very helpful.
And so that would be the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. However, our condition would bar occupancy for 6 months thereafter.
Okay, that's extremely helpful. I think having that as part of the motion, if you will, if we're developing one here, that it's a delay from the certificate of occupancy is really important language, because that then nails down, I think, with more certainty what we're talking about as being done with construction. Then the other question I have is, or the concern I have is then what, I've kind of lost track here. What's on the proposal? What's on the table here that we're talking about 8 months from the certificate? We're talking about a year minus the 4 months to get to 8? Are we talking about 6? Or
no, we're talking what seems to be what seems to have been refined at the moment is, and members of the ZBA, please correct me if I'm misstating it, is the deletion of the roof deck, A, and B, an imposition of a 6-month occupancy moratorium, tolling to begin upon the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, which demonstrates that the building is complete by the building code standards of compliance, and allowing the, so that is effectively, when you couple it with the 4 months that they've been under a stop work order, it effectively is a measure of 6 months plus those 4 months.
okay, that's very helpful. That's very helpful to clarify that. So then I guess my input on that is, if you think of the way you just did there, that it's 6 months plus 4, it's a 10-month penalty. So what's the penalty for demolishing a building from the 1700s in Newburyport? It's 10 months and you lose your roof deck. I mean, in my opinion, I know it seems to some of my colleagues, it may seem somewhat harsh, but I think it's I think it's too small a penalty. I would rather see a longer delay than 10 months in a roof. 3 years to me was too much. 10 months is too little. So that's where I am.
I'm gonna ask the obvious next question. What if any thought have you given to, or what thoughts do you have on what you feel might be more appropriate?
I was afraid you're going to ask that. I would do half the 3 years. I do 18 months in total. So you have 4 months of time served. So you're looking at, another you know, another 8 months on top of the 10 you've got, basically. So that's my opinion. My opinion is to split the baby half.
Okay. All right, moving.
Can I just to punctuate that? And it's so hard to think about the individual situation here because this involves one house and one person and a person who's not a developer who's coming in and doing house after house after house. But the message we send to everybody else, to me, is perhaps more critical. And that's why I think 3 years, I think, is too much. But I think going down to 10 months, to me, is not defending our bylaws. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Swanton. Okay, Mr. Channing.
Mr. Chairman, I find the proposal made by Attorney Mack acceptable. I think that I would support that.
Okay, Attorney Channon, Mr. Channon, thank you. Any other members of the ZBA wish to be heard in deliberations? Seeing no hands, does anyone want to take a pass at a motion? And we can certainly we can ask for the guidance of Attorney Eichmann as we craft that motion to make sure that we are being inclusive of all the appropriate language with respect to the two-prong portion of this, which is that we either move forward on a special permit under the DCOD, or in the alternative, we set that aside and pursue the notion of the applicant's request for a written approval or written consent on the imposition of a penalty under the ordinance. So who would like to take a pass at the motion? Why don't we do this, if I might? I'm going to go a little bit out of order. Mr. Swanton, since it sounds as though you had the sort of a differing and slightly more intensified perspective on the penalty, why don't I allow you to craft a motion that aligns with what your sentiment is, and we can proceed with that before we determine whether it needs to be modified, if at all.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So I move that we
Mr. Chair, this is Andy. If I could just interject. Staff just wanted to make sure we're clarified here that we're talking about the rear deck at this point. Just wanted to clarify, it's our understanding that the original special permit for nonconformities had already deleted the side deck from the plans that were submitted at that time. So we just want to make sure that the board is clear here as to which deck it's referring to.
Mr. Moore, which deck are we referring to?
I'm glad that was brought up. I didn't recall the side deck being removed.
This is Mike Gray. If you guys can hear me, it's both decks. The driveway deck was eliminated. It is the rear or the water facing deck that so both decks.
Okay. So
this is Andy. I'm just displaying at this time the special condition from the special permit for nonconformities that was issued in the spring, which called for the side roof deck to be removed. So I just wanted to clarify that so that the board wasn't, and the applicant and other parties weren't confused as to which deck was being referred to now.
So this is the only other deck that we would be referring to, correct?
That's what it sounds like, right? The side roof deck has already been eliminated, so it's the back deck.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Andy. And
one final thing. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure it's clear for the record that if the board is inclined to impose a delay on occupancy of an additional what amounts to a year and a half, so an additional significant period of time. I just want to make it clear that we're not agreeing that the imposition of the condition of the roof deck removal or the delay in occupancy are appropriate penalties. I thought that our proposal was in line with what everyone was thinking, but I just want to make it clear on the record, the board's going to do what it's going to do. I appreciate it. I've wasted more of your time than needed. I just want to make sure that's clear, that I wasn't agreeing that those were appropriate penalties, but would only agree in the context of a 6-month delay in occupancy.
Thank you, Attorney Mack, and I think that is clear, at least to me. I believe the members would share that sentiment, that we understand what you had proposed.
Okay,
was a concession of potential appellate, the settling of potential appellate rights as to one thing, and we understand that that's what you had proposed. So what I'd like to do is
Mr. Chair, this is Mr. Delisle. Can I just interject for just a clarification from Attorney Mack?
Sure.
It was your consent was to the 6 months and the removal of the roof deck, correct?
Yeah, it was the removal of the roof deck, the lifting of the moratorium on the building portion, but a 6-month delay in occupancy from the date a certificate of occupancy would be issued. So the project would continue immediately, but the delay would be imposed on the back end, and we would agree to eliminate the roof deck.
Correct. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and thank you, Mr. Delisle. Okay, so we're going to see what Mr. Swanton's going to craft a motion. We'll see if there's a second, and if there is, we will move forward. And if there isn't, we will revisit something else. But this is we're going to move from the most intense, the more intensive version, since that's what Mr. Swanton's sentiment was. Mr. Swanton, I believe we left off with you as you were crafting a potential motion.
Yeah. So I move that we remove the construction delay, remove the remaining roof deck, and add a delay from the certificate of occupancy for 14 months. And I realize that last number is controversial, but I think the rest of it is kind of what we've been talking about.
Okay, so we have a motion, but was there anything else, Mr. Swanton?
I think I got it.
Okay, so I have a motion by Mr. Swanton for the motion to approve the removal of the delay, the lifting of the moratorium upon the condition of the removal of the deck, the only existing deck, and the imposition of a penalty of 14 months from the issuance of a certificate of compliance, certificate of occupancy, allowing the applicant to proceed with construction without delay. Is that fair? Is that a fair restatement?
That's a far better restatement than I gave you. So thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right, we have a motion by Mr. Swanton. Do we have a second?
I'll second it, Mr. Delisle.
Okay, motion is made by Mr. Swanton and seconded by Mr. Delisle, calling the roll. Actually, before I do, I'm going to pause for a moment. Attorney Eichmann, having heard the framed motion, and now that there's a second, is there any part of this that we may have inadvertently omitted if we're to proceed with a roll call on that motion?
Mr. Chairman, I do not hear anything that was omitted.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Eichmann. Okay, with the benefit of our solicitor and counsel, we're going to proceed now with the roll call on the motion made by Mr. Swanton and seconded by Mr. Delisle. Mr. Moore?
No.
Mr. Delisle?
Yes.
Ms. Webb?
No.
Mr. Swanton?
Yes.
Rob Ciampetti, I vote yes. That is one. I believe we have 4 in the affirmative. Am I correct?
No, it's three to 2.
3-2.
That motion fails. The motion does not carry. Does another member want to take a pass at another version of the motion?
So Mr. Moore, I'll take a shot. A motion to approve the request for written approval at 12 Harrison Street with the conditions that the remaining roof deck is eliminated and there is a 6-month moratorium on occupancy after the project is completed and issued a certificate of occupancy.
Okay, so Mr. Moore's motion, and I'll attempt to restate it, is the exact same version of the last motion with the exception with the replacement of 14 months, imposition of 14 months moratorium from the issuance of a certificate of occupancy to 6 months. Is that correct? So it's removal of the stop work order, the removal of the existing remaining deck, and the addition of a delay of 6 months tolling from the issuance of the certificate of occupancy from our building inspector. Is that
correct?
Yep. Okay. Motion's made by Mr. Moore. Do we have a second?
I'll second it, Rachel Webb.
Okay, motion is made by Mr. Moore and seconded by, I believe I heard Ms. Webb.
I would agree.
Attorney Eichmann, having heard the same frame of that motion before we take a roll call on the vote, anything that you feel we've omitted inadvertently that we should include?
No, Mr. Chair, I think my opinion is the same on that. Just a reminder that you still have the special permit question to deal with.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Eichmann. Okay, calling the roll on that motion. Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Delisle?
Yes.
Ms. Webb?
Yes.
Mr. Swanton?
No.
Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That's 4 in the affirmative. Am I correct? That's 4 in the affirmative. The motion carries. That is approved. It's the imposition of 6 months with the removal of the delay, the removal of the remaining deck, and the imposition of a 6-month additional moratorium after the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. All right, so that allows us to move to what remains, which is the let's see, the special permit under the DCOD. Attorney Eichmann, we now have a motion that carried on the imposition of a of resolution of this stop work order. Does the board need to toil any further with the special permit under the DCOD, or how shall we best address that?
Mr. Chairman, my suggestion would be that since the board's vote followed the offer by the applicant, that the board may want to ask the applicant if they would be willing to request withdrawal of their special permit application.
Okay. All right, thank you. Members of the ZBA, anyone have any further comments or thoughts on Attorney Eichmann's recommendation? Seeing no hands. Okay, this question now goes to Attorney Mack. You've heard the advice of our solicitor, Attorney Eichmann. Do you wish to be heard on the request to withdraw?
I think it would be appropriate, as long as to withdraw without prejudice. I guess the other, I just want clarification that the allowance of the construction to proceed would mean that, to the extent that there is some elements of the exterior framing that remain, because Mr. Gray was stopped before the removal of the entirety of the exterior framing, as long as we're permitted to complete the project with the new framing, then I would agree that it makes sense to withdraw the special permit without prejudice.
Okay, so do you wish to withdraw the application for a special permit under the DCOD without prejudice?
Yes.
Okay. Attorney Eichmann, do we have to take a roll call on that or?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I thought so. Okay. All right. So the applicant has requested to withdraw the.
Mr. Ciampetti,
Yes.
if I could ask just primarily for the zoning administrator, if no one else, and the building commissioner, could we just ask for clarification, given Mr. Mack's request for clarification there on the framing, and given that there is some framing that's still there that might have been original or there before the demolition work was done. Could we just ask for clarification so that the zoning administrator and building commissioner understand what more, if anything, could be done regarding the framing as Mr. Mack had asked? This is under the written approval, of course, because if the DCOD special permit's being withdrawn, I presume that needs to be clarified in the written approval that's being granted.
That's exactly what I meant. Yeah. Thank you, Andy.
And I don't know if Mr. Eichmann wanted to weigh in on that, but it seems like we might need clarification on that one, just so there's no further confusion during the demolition or construction work moving forward.
Mr. Chair, I think clarification would be a good idea here.
Okay. So the clarification would be that we make it clear in our finding that no further demolition of any kind can be undertaken. Was there any other?
No, I think the issue was that there might be some remaining framing left that is no different than the framing that was already removed. And I think the issue is that it should be permitted to be removed so we can build the project as designed and in accordance with what was going to happen. I think that's what makes the most sense, because you don't want what's remaining of poor exterior framing that was going to come out while the rest of it's rebuilt, with the other framing.
Well, all right. So wait a minute, Attorney Mack. Am I to understand that? So what you want to do, what your client wants to do is remove additional historic timber framing?
I don't think there's much left. I think it's pretty much all.
Can I jump in?
I can clarify.
Yeah, it's the front entry is the only thing that's left that needs to be reframed. Even if you look at today's pictures, even the picture that you've been showing most of tonight, it shows the roofs like sinking into the house. That needs to be reframed. But I don't know if I know what everybody's considering. Is that going to be considered part of the original structure that that you don't want me to touch, that I have to reframe to make structurally sound?
Andy, was the removal of that framing part of our original permit?
No, the original permit was covering the exterior of the building, but not the framing per se. So that's exactly where the demolition work ran into some problems, is that request to modify or remove the framing wasn't addressed at that time.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I'll just be as one member here. I don't support that. Not a chance.
Can you please look at that front picture of that front entry? The one that's current right now in the pictures. Andy, can you pull that up for me? Because I have no control over this.
Yep.
That's what I'm talking about.
That yellow piece at the front.
Right.
That's the only thing that remains. I just want to be, I'm not trying to be difficult. I just want to make sure we're clear on everything so there's no confusion going forward.
All right. I understand that, Mr. Gray. Members of the ZBA, so the proposal that's before us is a request by the applicant to withdraw the special permit under the DCOD. Before we do a roll call, I'm going to include that. I mean, my personal feeling is that we not permit any further demolition. So I would, my only feeling is that I can't vote in support of accepting the withdrawal without that condition. And I want to see what, and I say that out loud so that Attorney Mack, both you and your client can hear as well.
Well, can you look at one more picture for me? Can you look at the picture of, there's a blown up picture of the inside of that so that you can see what it looks like from the inside. And the last meeting that we had with the structural engineer that was on the site had walked everybody through, and that's what still remains today. And I just want to show you that what it looks like on the inside.
Okay.
Well, I don't know, Andy, if you can look at that. Yes, that right there.
But I'm not looking at the vestibule. Are you talking about the vestibule?
That's the vestibule right there.
Okay.
Can you blow that up, Andy, so that they can get a closer look at that? Like you can see that it's not original and that somebody had already reframed it all to do these windows and this door, but they didn't do it properly.
So these aren't original.
No.
So I'm looking at a header.
You're looking at a header that doesn't even have the proper supports underneath it.
And I see one king and no jack. I don't know. So, okay.
Like that's not original to the house. That was reframed, whenever it was reframed. So, I mean, how am I going to incorporate that into a new building code?
Okay. All right.
Maybe we can agree to continue the special permit till the next meeting, and then we can have a discussion with the building inspector and come up with a solution that makes sense, because we don't want to preserve something that you can't even that just won't support it. We think this is an appropriate result here, and we don't want to sidetrack it, but we also don't want any confusion as to what can be done and end up in the same spot. So maybe the best thing to do is, given the late hour, I mean, there's still another matter on your agenda, is I withdraw the request for withdrawal, request that it be continued, and we have discussions between all the appropriate city personnel to figure out what the best thing to do is, and then we can come back with a solution that makes sense.
Mr. Chiampetti and Mr. Mack, I just wanted to clarify, and perhaps Jonathan might want to weigh into this as well, but it seems to me that the board can't address this particular issue through a withdrawal of a DCOD special permit. And if issuance of a DCOD special permit is not happening, then it seems to make sense that issue be resolved by continuing the written approval request under section 8, not the DCOD special permit, unless I'm missing something. I don't know if Jonathan feels similarly or not.
Mr. Chair, Andy invited me to comment. I think that the applicant is suggesting that they do not want to withdraw their special permit application unless this is clarified. So if it's going to be continued, I think it would make sense to continue the entirety of the consideration of the application. I understand you've taken a vote, but obviously until you write a decision and file it, that can be.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I would not want that to happen. I guess, then I don't know what the solution is. I don't want to delay this further. I think the result on the written approval makes sense. I just want to make sure we don't have any, confusion on what can be done. So I don't know what the right solution is here. I don't want to, run into a situation where I've withdrawn a special permit and the only way you can build this part of the building is with a special permit.
Yeah, I look, I don't envy your position, Attorney Mack, but
I'll work with what's there. I'll reframe from the inside out and I'll leave the existing.
May I, this is Jennifer Blanchet. May I interject something on this?
Please.
The demolition of the walls of the vestibule would not would not have broken the 25% threshold if it were just the scheme as it were presented. I don't know that that impacts the board and its decision on this at all, given what's happened, but something minor like this would have been allowable within the district.
Well,
I know we're past that, but I do, the relative scope of this and this type of, the ordinance was put to address this type of situation.
I don't disagree, Ms. Blanchet. My feeling is that we can't be selective in what we pick and choose to consider and use in our computation. The reality is that the totality of the circumstances are that we are not just looking at this by itself. It's now we have to include the computation of what's already been demolished. And that's where I toil with, me personally, this being intellectually disingenuous, you know, where look, it's already, you know, it is a late hour, and that's fine. I certainly understand that. We need to do thoughtful work no matter what the hour, and that's what we signed on for. I'm sure my colleagues agree. But when we do something like this, where this is uncharted waters, right? And I just want to make sure that we can be, you know, genuine to the unchartedness and sort of unprecedentedness of having to toil with this situation, so that we have some credible basis. And so for me, I just look at the notion, just the spirit and notion of demolishing anything further. I don't know how we reconcile that with the building code, because we also don't want vestibules to fall down and what's supported by them to fall down. That's obvious. I'm not suggesting that. So I guess I'm going to put the question to Attorney Mack. Do you want us to continue everything, because it appears we can't continue just this? If we run into the fact that you can't comply with the building code, then obviously there's more deliberation that would have to happen in the future and subsequently with the building department to reconcile that. Our board doesn't have the power to permit you to violate the building code. So
yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think I'm getting bombarded with Mr. Gray's text saying he'll figure it out. We don't want to, we'll withdraw the special permit without prejudice. We don't want to continue the matter on the written approval. He'll figure out a way to do it without demolition. And if he runs into a problem where it's impossible, we'll figure it out then and get the appropriate approvals.
Okay. All right. Understood. And
just make sure that that's okay with Mr. Gray, since I'm not in the same room. That's okay.
It is.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gray. All right. Thank you, Attorney Mack. All right. So back to our roll call on the applicant's request to withdraw the special permit under the DCOD. The motion's been, let me see, we have a motion. So do we have a motion and a second so that we can take a call of the roll? And it would be a motion to accept the applicant's request to withdraw.
I can make that motion. This is Mr. Delisle.
Thank you, Mr. Delisle.
I'll make a motion to accept the applicant's withdrawal of the DCOD special permit for 12 to 14 Harrison Street, file number 2020-75.
Do we have, thank you, Mr. Delisle. Do we have a second?
Without prejudice.
Is it still without prejudice?
Correct.
It's however you frame it.
Yeah, I was just tacking without prejudice.
Okay.
Onto the end of the way I laid it out.
So the motion's been made to accept the applicant's request to withdraw the special permit under the DCOD without prejudice by Mr. Delisle. Do we have a second?
Seconded, Mr. Moore.
Motion's made by Mr. Delisle and seconded by Mr. Moore. Calling the roll, Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Delisle.
Yes.
Ms. Webb.
Yes.
Mr. Swanton.
Yes.
Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That's 5 in the affirmative. The motion carries and the special permit is withdrawn without prejudice. Okay. Thank you very much to everyone for everyone's indulgence, patience, tolerance, and thoughtful comments and input. This was certainly, I've been on this board 18 years, and this was the longest application, but I think, the times and the circumstances warranted the time we took. So I thank everyone for your courtesy and your patience at this late hour. So
thank you very much.
Yeah, have a good evening. Moving along, if we could. Oh, and Attorney Eichmann, I'm not sure if you needed to be online for the remaining two. Certainly you're welcome to, but I want to take this moment in case you're about to log off to thank you as well for being here with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would be, I hate to say happy to log off, but I do want to commend the board. I thought that they did an excellent job with this.
Well, thank you very much for those remarks. And thank you, members of the public. And I know you may not have heard what you wanted to see result, but certainly as one member, and I know I speak for my colleagues, we're all very, very grateful of the tireless input and passion of our fellow neighbors and fellow citizens of Newburyport who take the time out of their busy schedules during a global pandemic to come and make sure that we know how you think and how you feel. And I can tell you, no matter what the result, it is taken with great attention and equal passion by each of us to try to do our best and bring to bear, our best intentions and try to deliver good results that are authentic and credible. And we realize that they don't necessarily make everyone happy, but we endeavor nonetheless to do an ever better job each time. So thank you all for all of your patience through all of this. Okay, moving on to the matter of 151 Story Avenue. It's a special permit for nonconformities of the applicant Mark Schultz to extend the garage by 5 feet toward Virginia Lane and add a master suite above the garage. And we have speaking on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Mark Schultz, as well as Mark Godabed and Ryan Hayward. And I'm not sure who wishes to speak on behalf of the applicant, but I will. I do see Mr. Schultz. Mr. Schultz, you have the floor to present.
Good evening, members of the board. Hopefully this one will be a little bit easier than the last couple were. So yes, I have Ryan Hayward on, and he is the architect who is going to present the design. So basically, we just are looking to, we wanted to get a 2-car garage some way, shape, or form. So by this design, this was the easiest way that we could still stay within all of the standards, was to swing the garage around to the side of the other street. And then we wanted to build a master suite above the garage.
Okay. Was there anything else, Mr. Schultz, that you wanted to present?
I think if that's all that I really had to say, unless Ryan, I think Ryan was going to present some of this.
Yeah, I think, the board, just in the context of looking at it, is all we're looking to do is extend the building out 5 foot from what the existing footprint of the garage is. But, as part of this larger project, we're going to be completely refacing the entire building with new siding and a new front porch to give the building a little bit better definition. But, for the purposes of this zoning variance, all we're looking for is the relief on the side yard setback for the garage.
Okay, and Mr. Hayward, this is Rob Champetti again. Just to be clear, you had said variance, but
it's a special permit, right?
Yes, it's a special permit for nonconformity. I mean, I knew what you meant. I just wanted to make sure you knew that you weren't applying for a variance.
Right.
Right. I suspected you did, of course. Okay. Was there anything else, Mr. Hayward, Mr. Schultz? Were we going to hear from Mr. Godabed as well?
I don't believe he's not going to join because Ryan is on.
Okay, very good. All right. Closing that portion of the public hearing, we'll go to public comment. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak in support, opposition, or simply speak in connection with the application? Seeing no hands, going once, going twice. I see no hands from the public. I will close that portion of the public hearing and go to questions from the board. We'll start with you, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder if the applicant could explain how the driveway would work.
Yes, so we would essentially have the driveway coming in from Virginia Lane instead of where it is now on Story Ave, and we would demo the driveway that's coming in from Story Ave and basically fill that over with grass.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions, Mr. Moore?
At the moment.
Thank you. Mr. Delisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And then just to follow up on Mr. Moore's question, once it's driveway is planted over with grass, the curb cut goes away as well. So you don't have the curb cut on Virginia Lane.
That's correct.
Okay. Second, final question is the opaque window on the facade of the new building, or the new building on the structure.
Yes.
Is that because I think I connected with the interior plan that there's a bathroom
That's correct.
there, and that's why you would go with that opaque the opaque window on that front facade?
Yes, sir, that's correct. That seems to be the easiest place for them to run the bathroom.
Right. Okay. And is the window underneath it in the garage, is that a real window, or is that a flat window as well, or an opaque window?
That would be a real window.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Delisle. Ms. Webb?
I have no questions.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. Mr. Swanton?
I have no questions.
Mr. Shannon?
No question, Chair.
Very good. Thank you. I too have no questions. We will close that portion of the public hearing and go to deliberations. Mr. Moore, why don't you kick things off, if you don't mind?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, the proposal seems very smart, modest, makes sense. Moving the driveway to the other side with the curb cuts being delayed because of timing, but everything's been okay by DPS. There are, looking at the plans and in our notes, there's no new non-conformities. And when you look at the surrounding neighborhood, this addition, expansion of a garage and put a bedroom on top, I can't see how that's more substantially detrimental with respect to size and massing. So I can support this.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Delisle?
I'm going to agree with Mr. Moore. He said it really well.
It must be getting late.
It was good.
Thank you, Mr. Delisle. Ms. Webb?
I agree with my colleagues. I can support this application.
All right. And thank you. And Mr. Swanton?
I agree as well.
And Mr. Shannon, we always want to continue and include even our esteemed associate members in helping us come to good decisions.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree with my colleagues. I could support this if I was voting. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Shannon. I too, I share the sentiment of the rest of the board and can support this as well. All right, we can close that portion of the public hearing, and I'll now ask for a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead, Ms. Webb.
I'll make a motion to approve 151 Story Ave, case 2020-080, special permit for nonconformities.
Seconded.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
It was Mr. Moore.
Oh, great. Sorry. Motion's made by Ms. Webb and seconded by Mr. Moore. Calling the roll. Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Delisle?
Yes.
Ms. Webb?
Yes.
Mr. Swanton?
Yes.
Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That's 5 in the affirmative. The motion carries and the special permit for nonconformities is approved. Good luck to you, Mr. Schultz, and thank you both, Mr. Schultz and Mr. Hayward, for your input.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Very good. All right, moving to the last matter on our agenda. This is the application of 29 Summit Place, docket 085, a special permit for nonconformities to construct a two-story addition on the southerly side extending, but with less intensity, a non-conforming front yard setback. This is the applicant is James McDonough, care of Lisa Mead, Tellerman and Costa. May we hear from the applicant, Attorney Mead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lisa Mead, Tellerman Costa, 30 Green Street in Newburyport. And with me this evening is James McDonough, who is the contractor on this project. Also, I think, hopefully still with me, are Dan and Suzanne Binkney, who are the owners of this house. As you said, we are here for special permit for nonconformities. Andy, if you could change the slide. The Binkneys are proposing to put an addition on, as you face the house, on the right side of the house. It's a two-story addition. It's a two-car garage underneath with a master bedroom, bathroom, and closet and connecting hallway on the second floor. The current home is very modest, 2 bedrooms, 1.5 bathrooms, and the proposal will give them 3 bedrooms and 2.5 bathrooms. The project is located in the R2 DCOD districts. The work does not trigger the DCOD. As noted earlier, the property has a front yard setback of 1.7 feet, and we're going to extend that, but not at the same intensity. It will actually be, the extension will be 19.4 foot setback instead of the 25, which interestingly enough is almost 18 feet off the front edge of the house. So it actually stepped back from the front edge of the front wall of the house as well. So the addition to the rear setback is at 28 point, the addition to rear setback is at 28.9. So that does not extend the rear setback nonconformity that currently exists. Otherwise, it complies with all of the dimensional requirements of the ordinance. If you go to the next slide, please. So here you can see the property on Summit Place. You will note that this property is surrounded by the city of Newburyport. So Summit Place, of course, is a city street. And then you've got the Rupert A. Knott Middle School on the right-hand side and the rear of the property. And the only abutting abutter is at 27 Summit Place. The addition is on the right-hand side, which is the larger part of the open space of the property, and would have the abutter of both the city of Newburyport for the middle school playing fields and the baseball field in the back. So if you could go to the next slide, Andy. You can see these are the existing front elevations. The north elevation, which is the elevation that you see coming down Summit Place if you were coming from High Street, actually doesn't change. That's the lower left-hand corner of this photo. You will see a little bit of the roof on the new addition over the lower roof on this, but otherwise that elevation doesn't change because the addition is on the opposite side. And you can see the existing floor plans. Andy, if you could go to the next slide. And here it is with the addition. You can see the garage on the right-hand side of the house. The top one is the front elevation. House kind of sits sideways on the lot because the entry is on the side, on the left side. And as you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, that is that left side elevation. But you can see the roof in the back, but otherwise the elevation didn't change. This will give you a good view that the proposed addition roof line is actually shorter than the rear roof line of the existing structure. The total roof line, the mean roof height is actually only at 21.9.5, and that doesn't extend anymore. Andy, if you go to the next slide, please. And here you can see what the addition brings. On the first floor, you have the connector with the stairs and the 2-car garage. And on the second floor, the master bedroom, bathroom, closet, and the hallway entry. And the next slide, please. Again, those are the areas that will be added to the house. Keep going, please. And again, here's a different view. You see in this particular photo or the 3D model that the addition actually steps way back from the front of the house. So those 2 windows on that side are existing. And it's about just 17.7 feet. So it's almost 18 feet back from the front edge of the house from the street. And you could go next slide, please. And what this shows is how Summit Place actually lays out, and you can see the comparison to the neighborhood. The house is the lower right-hand house on this slide. And as you turn around to Summit Place, the footprints get larger as you go out towards Toppins Lane. Next slide. And then here's the other part of Toppins Lane. As you can see how the footprints of the homes get larger as you go down Toppins Lane. It's quite a mix. Next slide, please. And here's the better view, which shows the football fields and the actual topography. Next slide. And then, excuse me, baseball fields. It's getting late, sorry. And then you can see this house is the bottom right-hand corner, and you can see the extension goes to the opposite side of any of the neighbors. Next slide. Again, we put the proposed footprint here, so you can see that the proposed footprint is similar to some of the houses as it grows down towards Summit Place, and not unfamiliar with the houses at the top part of Summit Place. Next slide. So the test for the special permit for nonconformities is whether or not there'll be a new additional nonconformity and whether or not the change will be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. Next slide, please. In this instance, there is no addition of a new nonconformity. We're extending the front yard nonconformity, but certainly not as intense as the existing nonconformity. Next slide. So as I said earlier, the proposed changes will not be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. The addition is on the interior side of the property away from all the neighbors. And the nearest abutting property is the public open space. The use will remain as a single family home. The design is careful not to overwhelm the front of the house and picks up on the salt box design. The ridge line of the house is lower than the existing ridge line of the addition on the rear of the house. And it is similar to the other neighborhood footprints along that area of Summit Place. Next slide, please. In addition, we continue to have 2 off-street parking places plus 2 parking spaces now within the garage. And this house will be neither the largest nor the smallest on Summit Place. And the final slide, please. We've also received some letters of support that are with the board's packets, both from, well, all 3, the 2 abutters directly across the street that will be looking at this addition, and the one immediately to the right at 25 Summit Place, which is the immediate and only direct residential abutter. And with that, the applicant requests the board approve its special permit for nonconformities and allow the addition as presented. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Mead. Moving on to the public comment section. We'll close that portion of the public hearing, move to public comment. Anyone wish to speak in support, opposition, or just simply speak in connection with the application? Seeing no hands, going once, going twice, I will close that portion of the public hearing and move to questions from the board. Mr. Moore, we'll start with you.
Thank you, and I apologize. The hour is late. I may have missed this in the presentation. I just had a question of matching the exterior of the addition to the current house. Were there any changes, anything that of note that I may have missed?
I believe that all of the materials are on the architectural plans that we provided, Mr. Moore. So, it's going to be done in the same style. Up down in the corner, obviously they show it shows clapboard siding. Yeah. And then down in the corner of the plans, it shows the window styles. Actually has all the details on the window specifications.
Very good.
Very good. Mr. Delisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any questions. Thank you, Attorney Mead.
Thank you, Mr. Delisle. Ms. Webb?
I don't have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. Mr. Swanton?
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with the lot and it seems like a logical place to put it, and it's under the circumstances, so I have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Swanton. And Mr. Channing?
No questions, Chair. Good presentation.
Very good. I agree. I've got no further questions either. We'll close that portion of the public hearing and go to deliberations and deliberating the criteria for the special permit for nonconformities. as outlined in our staff report. Mr. Moore?
Thank you. Given that there's no new nonconformities, that hurdle is passed for special permit. And moving on to other findings with more detrimental, I think it's been mentioned by colleagues, and I just get to go first and steal. The ridge line was taken care of. The location was thoughtfully done, and I don't see how this is more detrimental in any way, shape, or form to the neighborhood, given peers. So I can support this.
Very good. Mr. Delisle?
I would agree with Mr. Moore, no new nonconformity, and I don't see anything here that would be more detrimental to the neighborhood than what currently exists on the lot. So I can support this also.
Very good. Ms. Webb?
My two colleagues before me have said it all. I can support this application.
Very good. Mr. Swanton?
I concur with my colleagues and can support this.
Mr. Channing?
Ditto.
And Rob Champetti, I also can support it. I feel like the applicants met the criteria under the special permit for nonconformities as well. We'll close that portion of the public hearing. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve special permit for nonconformities for 29 Summit Place, file number 2020-085. Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore's made the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Delisle.
Motion's made by Mr. Moore, seconded by Mr. Delisle. Calling the roll. Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Delisle?
Yes.
Ms. Webb?
Yes.
Mr. Swanton?
Yes.
Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That's 5 in the affirmative. The motion carries, and the special permit for nonconformities on 29 Summit Place is approved. Congratulations to you and good luck.
Thank you very much.
All right. Members of the board and anyone who's still awake, we are now at the business meeting. We concluded the public hearings. As we open the business meeting, we have only the approval of the minutes from 11/24 as provided by Ms. Joy. Do we have any amendments, modifications, revisions, or changes to the minutes, or in the alternative, do we have a motion to approve?
I move we approve them. Ken Swanton.
Second, Rachel Webb.
Motion's made by Mr. Swanton and seconded by Ms. Webb. Thank you. Calling the roll on the motion to approve the minutes. Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Delisle?
Yes.
Ms. Webb?
Yes.
Mr. Swanton?
Yes.
Mr. Channing?
Yes.
Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That is 6 in the affirmative. Motion carries. Minutes are approved. With that, the last piece of business, I'm going to turn over the virtual gavel to Mr. Moore and bid you all good night. This is the review draft decision on 468th Street, which I've recused myself for, and that means Mr. Channing becomes a voting member on that application. And Andy, was there anything else that I needed before I logged off?
No, thank you.
Listen, thank you guys, and thank everyone for an unprecedentedly long evening. And I won't belabor that, but everyone who's still here, thank you so much for all the patience and all the work. You guys have a great night.
Thanks, you too, Andy.
Thanks, Rob.
Rob, Andy. That's not late. All right, so the last order of business is to review the draft decision for 468th Street. I have the opportunity to ask for any feedback or questions from the board on what you thought. I didn't see anything that stood out to me that needed to be changed with respect to our findings, but I understand that there have been some suggestions. So I will open it up to the members so we can move this as quickly as possible. Are there any comments, questions, changes that are proposed?
This is Ken Swanton. I just had one thing, which is on page 1, it says I voted yes. I think I voted no, and I double checked the minutes for the meeting. I voted no, so that should be changed.
I would have to agree with that. All right, so that's one change we need to make. Anyone else have anything? It's a pretty big one.
No,
I think we're all good.
We pretty much beat this one.
Yeah, I think so. All right, so with that, I will entertain a motion to approve this decision.
This is Mr. Delisle. I'll make a motion to approve the decision for 468th Street as presented to the board during the meeting of, what are we, December 8th, 2020, subject to the revision of Mr. Swanton's vote in the negative.
I'll second the motion, Bud Shagnon.
All right, so we have a motion to approve this decision with the changes made by Mr. Swanton and discussed with Mr. Delisle. So made by Mr. Delisle, second by Mr. Chagnon. So now we'll go to a vote. I'll get this out. And we'll start with Mr. Delisle.
Yes.
Ms. Webb,
Yes.
Mr. Swanton.
I'd like to vote no symbolically, but I'll vote yes.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Chagnon.
Yes.
All right, all in the affirmative. This decision is approved with the one change. With that, that concludes the agenda for tonight. And there we go.
Second.
Excellent. Motion to adjourn made and seconded. We'll just do a voice vote.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Any nays? No. Okay, good.
No.
He's adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Good night.
All right,
Thanks,
good night,
everyone.
thanks.
Good,
Thanks.
Good night
Good
or good
job,
morning. What
everyone.
time is it? It's still good night. Okay.
still good night.
All right.
Night.
All right. Bye.